Waking up from my contemplations means that I may find more flaws in my own equations. There are answers up in the ether at my fingertips, and molecules between just bursting at the seams. I shouldn't start, could be a lucky charm, or maybe it means nothing at all. It's magic spark, can mend a grieving heart, but maybe it's alright. I think I'll be okay with just a little stardust on me. Shooting stars and my lucky charms could all just be nothing at all. That elusive spark could break a grieving heart. I've known it all along. I know I'll be okay with just a little stardust. Just a little stardust on me. Snow falls like stardust on me.
In the silence of the highlands, I've walked these paths carved in stone. The snow reminds me all that I've been, and whispers this path before is mine alone. I will do what must be done in the face of fear. I will overcome with each step. Protect my home for a brand new day. Hold me strong. I will do what must be done. Frozen skies where mountains rise and we begin the climb. The future calls to break down walls and keep the flame alive. No turning back. We're standing tall, but strength and courage are so much all. I find the strength to carry on.
Hello. We are live. All right. I'm trying out some new settings today. Just messing with OBS, really, trying to learn it. I've cropped my face a little bit just to see if, you know, it focuses more on the face and doesn't show as much of my messy ass room. And we'll see if that looks a little better. These are my normal glasses. I'm nearsighted, so I don't need these when I'm like on the computer normally. But I was just wearing them already. Let's turn off the music. So, I was going through comments. So we're going to start off today with a little something. Going through comments, I realized not everybody knows or understands everything about what Ardashir was saying in the 1.2 story. So I'm going to be going through that and seeing if we can just break it down a little bit, and then I'll probably turn that little segment into a video for later. So we're going to kick that off with that today. And since it looks like I got you in the call, Ken, make comments and give me corrections as we go, because that'll only make it more fun and hopefully more accurate for the things I'm going to say. I'm going to start recording, actually. We're gonna lead off with that. That seems like a good idea. Oh, nope. Turn that off. Let's see. So firstly, how does this look? Too big? Too small? I need feedback. I can make the sides here closer in. I can kind of close the square a little bit closer. All right, looks good. And I'll probably just expand it, make it larger as necessary, depending on what we're doing. But yeah. So I just found someone who uploaded the straight cutscenes, because, I'm going to be honest, I forgot to record them when I was doing them live. So, we're just going to look through that. All right. So, hello everybody. We're going to go through the Ardashir cutscenes and break them down and get as much information as we can. We have plenty of people who are new to Arknights and probably don't know all of the lore that is being discussed here. There's plenty of terms that are brought up that likely have no explanations or won't have any explanations for a long while. So, we're going to go through that today. So we're leading right in with 1.2 spoilers with Ardashir.
Now, it's just you and me. Come, Endman.
I don't
Here,
believe there's anything of
nothing from
great
each other.
note in the beginning here. There's a couple of key pieces of information that I'd like to cover that I do believe comes up right here.
Who are you? Ardashir, Ephidia, and a
So here's the first term that we need to bring up. Ephidia. For those that don't know, Arknights is filled with tons of different races. Ephidia specifically is one of a couple different terms that usually just means snake person. They are snakes are their main race of origin. Again, for those who don't know, in Arknights, all of the humans that are in the world, the vast majority are actually descendants of other animal species, most of which are very Earth-esque. there's a lot of lore behind that. We won't get into it right now, but in this case, he's saying that he's actually a Phidia, which we did see his tail in a previous cutscene in 1.0, so it makes some sense, though there were some people that were thinking he was probably going to be another race based off of the portal arts that he is using.
Traveler, you should have directed that question to yourself.
So, you should have asked that question to yourself. Again, I'm not reading too far into this. The Inman doesn't have any memories, so Archer's just like, hey, you should be asking yourself, who are you?
You carry the future of Terra and Talos too, yet no one cares about your sacrifice.
This line's interesting because what's interesting, mainly actually, is Terra and Talos 2. So Endman is not just protecting Talos 2 and the people on it, he's also protecting Terra. Now, this, in my opinion, further supports the theory that the Inman is actually the Doctor or an Originium construct of the Doctor. Anyone who's watched the previous video I put out will likely say that I missed one possible theory, which is that he's actually a reconvener. We know that reconveners technically came after the Inman, but that might just be the term reconvener. For all intents and purposes, all reconveners are basically Originium remanifestations of people. So if the Inman is a remanifestation of the Doctor, then they kind of fit the bill. And that's entirely possible. And again, Terra and Talos too, so the Inman seems to be responsible for both worlds somewhat.
But I witnessed your disappointment and despair multiple times.
Multiple times. We know the Inman has been back into the sarcophagus a couple of times throughout the 152-year span of Talos 2 and the people that are on it currently. I'm going to read into this a little bit more, so wild theory time, but this could also be referring to the couple of times that we were betrayed as the Doctor. When it came to what happened on Terra, you could label a couple of different situations as being betrayed, and the Doctor was not perfect. There were multiple times where they messed up, made mistakes, chose to do horrible things, or in some cases chose to do things that were just not appealing to certain Terrans, and we got betrayed for it. We met multiple consequences and had to make harsh decisions. I think they might be referring to that. Yeah.
Where are they? No fear. They're safe. Your companions are exceptional. Still, after so many years, so many awakenings, barely a few stayed true to you till the end.
So many awakenings, barely a few stayed true to you to the end. I'm sure this is going to mean things in the future of Enfield. We're going to meet people who betrayed us. To note, there's actually a number of great heroes from the initial Agaloy War that at least one of them did betray the rest. So that could be one reference to it. And then to note, that person is actually the origin of the main villains that we fight in Valley 4. Yeah, about 40 heroes, according to my chat here. But there's another possibility that this, again, could be referring to the betrayals that we have had in the past. And it's interesting that they mentioned barely a few stayed true to you to the end, because we've, like, as the Doctor and Arknights, we've had our own quote-unquote daughter betray us in the form of Kalsit. We've also had, we technically betrayed her, but there was Teresa, who is the one who was responsible for wiping our memories. And even after that, even as the Doctor, again, we've had numerous situations where we would form alliances and then have those people turn their backs on us. So, you know. Yeah, the hero who betrayed the rest was Yakub. Hopefully I got that name right. Yeah, who is the one who created the Landbreakers.
You know my past.
We last met 10 years ago, when I learned of your reawakening. I left Yersh to look upon your expedition from afar.
I'll never get over how Yersh is apparently
It was
pronounced.
yet another tragedy. Your wounds from betrayal were grievous. Over a century of futile labor, numerous lives at stake. This game never
Over a century of labor does definitely mean just Talos, so that does put a small damper on the rest of my theories about Doctor.
come back to us. Do not continue down the road of despair.
Come back to us, which hints that Administrator it was originally part of Ardashir's alliance or group. Very interesting to consider.
Is this your dream? This is my first time here as well.
So again, for reference, the flowers is very, very explicitly
This place.
a memory of the flowers that Teresa created from Originium, one of the first remanifested life forms.
The power of Farron Matsui is remarkable.
So, Infield does explain this a little bit in 1.2, but to go into further depth, Farron Moots are essentially godlike beings that, as far as we currently understand it, were one of the first creatures to arrive on Terra, if not being born on Terra. I believe there's insinuations that they did in fact arrive there. There's some inconsistencies about whether or not they arrived with the precursors or if they arrived before them. I think it's commonly accepted that they arrived before, they were actually there first, but not entirely sure. It's still kind of up in the air. There is the major thing to know about the Farron Mutts, as they call them here. I think that name's a little silly. But the Farron Mutts, is there's a lot of them. They get their power mainly from the land that they claim as their territory. So Sui, for instance, their territory was originally a large amount of Yon, which was a large nation that took up the majority of the eastern portion of Terra, of the major continent that makes up Terra. There are plenty of other Farron Mutts that used to exist within Yon, and Sui actively gave the Emperor of Yon, a normal Terran, the power to effectively fight and kill, quote unquote, all the other Farron Mutts within Yon. I say kill with quotations because Farron Mutts can't really be killed fully. You can put them out of commission, you can kill their body, but their minds and powers will often remain intact, with the bones that remain often still having some amount of sentience, some amount of power. They definitely will degrade in power. They won't be as strong as when they were living, but they will still be present. There's a couple of Farron Mutts that we know for sure have moved up into Talos 2. For instance, we know for a fact that there are bones and remnants of Farron Mutts that are being used by the Sarkaz on Talos 2. Seska is a flying city that appears to be powered by literal Farron Mutt bones or fangs. And we also know that the northern Farron Mutt from Terra The one known as Ken, help me out here. What was the name of the Farron Mutt in the far north again? I am suddenly blanking on it. Hold, I gotta find it. I can't believe I forgot this. To the north of Ursus is... the mountain. The mountain. Sami. Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot Sami. Yes, Sami. Just a little too slow, Ken. Just a little. To the north of Ursus. No, wait. Back up. Gonna cut this part of the video out, obviously. Another Farron Mutt that we know went through was the Farron Mutt Sami, who is a literal mountain-sized Farron Mutt that has been living and defending the northern regions of Terra from the Collapsals, which, as far as we know, are actually coming out of the Ether Gate that we used to get to Talos 2. So we know that Sami went through the gate. It's still hinted that Sami is alive, but there's also other hints that say that Sami actually died in the first war. So lots of questions still to be answered there. Other Farron Mutts of note, in reference to Talos at least, technically the sword that is wielded by Levitane is in fact a Farron Mutt themselves. It's a Farron Mutt that has sort of claimed her very body as its domain, which is unique amongst Farron Mutts. And Farron Mutts are known to sort of grant their power to sort of individuals. And it definitely appears that Levitane is one of them. The original Levitane, which was codenamed Surtur. Surtur is actually the name of the Farron Mutt itself, and that was just a code name that she took back on Terra. Levitane was always her actual real name. Furthermore, another thing to note about Farron Mutts, and Sui is very well known for this, is they also can create proxies, which are essentially human forms of the Farron Mutt. They usually are not the like real body, quote unquote, but the proxies often contain a portion of that Farron Mutt's power and to some degree are their own living entities, but are intrinsically linked to the Farron Mutt and share a form of life force with them. We know that there's one Sui proxy within Talos 2. There were originally 12 back on Terra, and I'm sure we'll find out more about that Sui proxy probably in 1.3 of the infield story.
I am honored to witness your dream, Endman. What do you want? I said it many times. A proper conversation with you. About what? I do not know. Perhaps I should talk about myself again. Did I tell you about my home in Yursh? I live by a cliff, where I could gaze upon a valley completely covered in snow. It was a place that delighted me. The valley was filled with shiny headstones. They were like barnacles. They died for me. The wind and snow hosted their funerary rites.
This particular line is of very interesting and probably very important note. Ardashir says that the valley that he lives near within Yursh is filled with headstones of people, I'm assuming he's insinuating here, of people that died for him. Now, he will later mention this, and I'll get to that in a moment, that the people that died for him are probably also the same people that sort of sacrifice themselves for his own life. There's a very, very good chance that this is some form of method of allowing him to live an extended lifespan. It is noted that Phidia do live slightly extended lifespans, but nothing crazy. The Sarkaz are known for living really crazy lifespans, sometimes up to like 1,000+ years. Phidia are not known for that, but there are beings on Terra, usually called Endless, who are effectively immortal. They don't die by natural means. They can be killed, but they just don't age, seemingly. There's a couple of different ones, and they seem to have different methods of maintaining those lifespans. In his case, it's very possible that he is doing so by either consuming the life force of others, or by the other possibility is taking their bodies. There is in fact one other person within Arknights called the Black Snake who does something similar. Whether the Black Snake is an endless or not is kind of up for debate. I personally chalk them into that boat a little bit, but there's definitely precedence for this. And Ken, I think this is the first time barnacles have been mentioned. They might have been mentioned, if they are ever mentioned in Arknights, it's probably in the Aegir events, but I mean, I doubt they don't exist, but yeah, I think it's the first time that I've seen it mentioned personally.
Oh, yes. I had another home on the other side of the Cosmic Gate. Place of gold and windswept sands.
This is referring to Sargon. There is zero doubt about this because he's about to say another line that confirms this, but the only place that really has deserts, which, gold and windswept sands, deserts pretty much confirm that. They match up. That's Sargon.
Beyond the gate, they called me Pasha.
So, Pasha. Pasha is a term in Sargon that effectively refers to a feudal lord, someone who rules over an entire region. We know of a couple Pasha in the original Arknights. Funnily enough, the main one that we know of is Mantra, who's also a snake, mostly based off a cobra. Or is it rattlesnake? Cobra, rattlesnake, can't remember which. But Mantra was also a Pasha, and the main thing to note about Pashas is they are effectively the second in command when it comes to their governmental society. They report directly to the Emperor of Sargon, who has their own title. I'm blanking on what it is now. The title is the King of Kings, also known as the Shahansha. So the Pasha reports to the Shahansa, and basically they are given a chunk, a region, a piece of land that they have to manage. They collect taxes, they do everything else that is necessary to keep their people happy and safe, usually. And then they have merchant lords who effectively have to go through the Pasha, basically whenever they go through to sell anything to, they basically have to swear fealty to that lord while they're in that region. Yeah, as Ken says, they're like governors, basically.
Felt like a lifetime ago. That arrogant empire is probably broken to pieces.
Interesting that he thinks that Sargon has broken to pieces. Sargon as an empire has lasted for thousands of years. To think that it might have broken apart in just the last 150 years is kind of absurd, I think. It's entirely possible that he is just kind of assuming or hoping for such because he didn't like working for them. Who knows? Maybe he knows something that we don't yet. But it's does seem kind of not feasible that Sargon would have broken apart unless if something really massive happened in the Arknight storyline leading up to us going through the Telosian Gate. Also, the fact that he said like a lifetime ago, keep in mind, as far as we know, no one's been able to travel from Terra to Talos 2 in the last 150 years. So, I mean, that already shows that he's at least 150 years old. The fact that he was a Pasha, like a known Pasha on Terra, would make him at least like 150 plus. Like, he has to be at least like 20, 30 years older than that, I would say. There's a very good chance that he's got multiple decades on him. If he is in fact in Arknights, if we meet him later, that would confirm actually a lot of different theories that come up here. But we just don't know for sure yet.
Wait. The other side of the Cosmic Gate? Have you lived for more than 100 years?
Yep.
Yes. So, you're finally interested in me. But life is...
There's the entire possibility that he is just baiting the Inman to gain interest. I don't think he's doing it by actually lying. I think he's telling the truth, but I just want to address that. Some people might end up calling that out as a possibility.
It's fair. I only performed the despicable theft of lives from those I held dear for the cruel torture of my own longevity.
So this is the line I mentioned earlier where he says he performed the despicable theft of lives from those he held dear. For the cruel torture of my own longevity. So he's essentially hinting that the people that supported him either sacrificed themselves for him to live, or he drew on their lifespans, or again, possible body hopping is at play. But this is, I think this is insinuating that he likely is able to live for so long because of other lives sacrificed in his name.
And now you threaten even more innocent lives. Remember the choices I gave you? Choices?
It's kind of funny that Administrator just forgot about the choices.
And leave.
It was like maybe 15 minutes ago in like the time span of the story that Inman was literally told, hey, yeah, you know, you can take the Woolingers and leave and no one has to die. I just found that look kind of funny.
Aim is just to open the very large rift. For what? To find the exiles in the ether side. Who are the exiles?
Good question.
They were once the source of your despair. Of course, you also became their nightmare.
So one thing to note here is I think a lot of people will instantly assume that the exiles were, quote unquote, the villains for the Administrator. They were the ones acting against him. And I think in the end, that is what has happened. But I think once the source of your despair could also be insinuating that the Administrator was actually despairing over wanting to find them. They were lost, and he was hoping to recover them. That would also may possibly make sure, like, if they were also his nightmare, then his nightmare was that he lost them and couldn't get them back. I just want to throw that out as a possibility. I think it's just as likely, if not more likely, that they are in fact they were just villains. The name Exiles does kind of insinuate that they were exiled for a reason by someone. But you know, there's a lot of possibilities, a lot of ways that this could go.
The very few Terrans who witness the exiles call them Koakaret Matayo. The Foundation.
So that was in a language that, as far as I can tell, doesn't have any, like, we can't really place exactly its origin. There's a high possibility that it is Sargonian. If it is Sargonian, then that would mean it's probably based off of Middle Eastern, African languages, Egyptian for one. But I wasn't able to match those up with anything specifically. However, the fact that the administrator understands it, now, the Doctor in Original Arknights was admittedly intelligent enough to basically decipher languages within a couple sentences. That was something that we saw happen in the story directly. But it's also entirely possible that this language is actually the original language of the precursors. If that's the case, then I mean, we know the precursors spoke in a language that none of the Terrans spoke in. So it's entirely possible that that's the language being spoken here. Alternatively, a third option is this is sarcas. I don't think it's that though, because I believe in the prologue we heard the sarcas language actually be spoken. During the boss fight, you'll hear a couple lines of dialogue. I believe that is actually the sarcas language being spoken, and it doesn't sound very similar. So who knows? We will see.
The force that backs the likes of you. See, you still understand this tongue. Come with me. Return to the place neath the Aurora's crown, the origin of all life. There lies the truth you seek.
So, place neath the Aurora's crown. So we know that on Talos 2, you can see this from your ship. There is a massive aurora that covers a large amount of the northern region of the planet. We know that this is the location that the Inmen previously went to 10 years ago and got so injured that they had to go back into the sarcophagus. We know that this is the origin of the vast majority of the Angeloi. It's the largest rift, so the very large rift is the largest rift in the civilization band, but the Aurora is where the actual largest rift exists. Now, the place beneath it, so I'm assuming the rift itself, him saying that that's the origin of all life is extremely intriguing. That would insinuate that ether is the origin of all life, but the other possibility is that it's also where either another gate is located, which could be the source of ether, or it could be another form of precursor artifact that is supposed to allow life to actually be created in some capacity. We know that the vast majority of animals that were on Terra and the animals that became human later on, they all came from Talos 2 originally. So it's possible that this artifact that I'm sort of assuming might be there could be what he's referring to. The other possibility is that this is the shard of Originium that was brought to Talos from Terra. To note what I mean, we know from the lore archives within Infield that a chunk of Originium, one of the 3 prime Originiums, still not the right word, but one of the 3 first Originiums, basically the source of all Originium, they started from 3 specific crystals that spawned them. We know that one was brought to Talos 2, and it's possible that that is what's being discussed. I'm not entirely sure about that theory, but it's another possibility. Again, this could mean a lot of things, but regardless, it's insinuating that, again, as I think the game has been saying since the prologue, going to the far north, going to the center of the Aurora, and finding out what's actually there is going to be one of the long-standing story plot points that we are moving towards.
Once we return, my life is yours to dispose, however you wish.
And then I will find you.
I refuse.
Couldn't be me. I would have taken that offer immediately.
All right, then. Even without memories, your judgment remains unclouded by an alluring offer. If my words caused you grief, then I shall apologize. Keep this dinar. The conquered lord whose hoard I acquired escapes my memories, but not the friend who last held it.
So, conquered lord. It is known that pashas in Sargon do very commonly betray each other. They sort of fight each other. They'll claim each other's territory. The Shahanshah seems to just allow this a lot of the time. There's times where they will step in when things get too serious, but Sargonian pashas fight amongst each other all the time. So it's entirely possible that he at one point had to fight another pasha and conquered them and took all their treasures and their land. The fact that it escapes their memories, again, it was probably hundreds of years ago. He probably doesn't remember. The friend who last held it is interesting. He doesn't really give us any hints as to who that might be. But then he also mentions that he served a lord previously, which we'll get to in a moment here.
It has always been my favorite dinar.
To note also, if you haven't already figured it out, dinar is just Sargonian money. Neat trick,
Oh,
funny
the
man.
final lord I served.
The final lord I served. So, he could be referring to the Shahanshah here. Though referring to the Shahanshah, the King of Kings, as a lord, does seem a little regressive. But again, he doesn't seem to care much about Sargonian or Sargon anymore. If anything, he seems to kind of want them to have collapsed from his earlier statements. So he might not be talking about the Shahanshah. There's a chance that he's talking about the Inman themselves, if he served the Inman in the past. Even then, I'm kind of not 100% certain. There's another name that Lord often gets referenced to when it comes to Arknights, and that's the Lord of Fiends. Lord of Fiends is basically the king of Sarkaz, the ones who wear the black crown. The last one we know of who wore it was actually Amia, one of the main characters in Arknights. The one before her was Teresa, and there's been several kings since before that. We actually know quite a bit about the Lords of Fiends. But yeah, not 100% sure if who exactly he's talking about here, but there's a couple of good possibilities.
I beseech thee, change thy ways.
All right. That's everything I wanted to go over with that. Yeah, and Ken, it could be that him looking at the Inman could be insinuating that the final lord he served was the Inman. But I don't know. Again, that's a good possibility, but I just don't think there's enough for me to fully buy into it yet. There's a lot of questions still. Reacted sad in 1.0 towards Inman, affirming that he supports his current actions. Yeah, I mean, again, possibility that that's the case. And I beseech thee, change thy ways. Again, all of that could be insinuating that the Inman was that, but it could also be completely unrelated. I just don't think there's enough in there for us to draw a conclusion quite yet, personally. But again, you can believe what you want. It's still a theory, and it's definitely a decent theory for sure. All right, I'm gonna shut down this recording. Perfect. Video for later. I can edit that and upload it. I just gotta gather some footage to clean it up a bit. If it was a Thargonian, it would be a bit odd if he throws that as his parting line. Maybe. I mean, the man is talking cryptically as he has this entire time, so I'm not even sure still. There's too many questions. Again, if it does turn out to be the Inman that he's referring to, I wouldn't even... I wouldn't bat an eye at it. I think there's entirely a possibility that he's referring to someone we don't even know yet. But yeah, who knows? I am going to continue to be completely neutral on that particular stance. At least for now. Mr. Strimmer, please change. Yeah, but that, like, you're saying Mr. Strimmer, like you're referring to them more directly. Administrator, as far as we know, doesn't really go by Lord in any capacity. I don't know. The term just doesn't quite match up as far as I can tell. But you will be logged out of all devices you're logged into. Yes. Why am I logged into anything? Sure. Wow, they actually got the name down pretty well. I'm surprised. Drachna Sensei. That's pretty close. I'll take it. Honestly, that's pretty impressed by that voice line, actually. Yeah, I unfortunately did not get back to this. I was going to do some offline farming. Didn't do any of that. Yes, yes. Stuff I'm not going to touch. What? Yay, stuff. I thought I created a Nexon account already just for this. Very confusing. It says the account is in fact locked, or like already synced, so I'm not really sure what's going on there. Hopefully I didn't lose any game progress. What? Okay, I was confused for a moment there. It unlocked, it looks like chapter 2, but I haven't finished. Yeah, I haven't, the layout of this is very strange. Why is, okay, so like, we've got chapter 1, I guess that's volume, so volume 1, chapter 1, which is then split into all these parts. Volume 2 is separate story. Some chapters you can play out of order for materials since they're tied to the gameplay stages. I see. Okay. Gotcha. But probably not worth doing since I'm mainly just playing this for the story. Come on, camera. Move over. Move over. Alright. Well, we're gonna go right in. I don't want to spend too much more time. I don't think I can stream for as late as I did last time because I did get actually yelled at for talking too loudly in the middle of the night. So we're going to cut it off probably around 10:30. 11 o'clock is the quiet time in my apartment, so I gotta make sure I cut it off by 11. So we're gonna go right in and see if we can at least close out all of chapter 1 by then. Here we go. Start. Truth revealed. Everyone, including Hifumi, gathered to review the documents upon returning to Abydos High School. I'm not gonna do that, I promise. I did mess up my voice a little bit doing all the voices, but I do like doing the voices, so we're gonna keep those up a little bit here. Smash! Hulk! Smash! What the heck is this? Look at the truck's transport log. It says Abydos 7,880,000 yen collected. This has got to be the truck that came to our school. Right after that it says Kata Kata Helmet Gang, 5 million yen delivered in mission funds. So that means... right after they took our cash, they delivered it straight to the Helmet Gang's base to fund their mission. By mission, do you mean when the Helmet Gang... the Helmet Gang was acting under the orders of Kaiser Loans? Yeah, I should have seen that coming. But why would they do that? They won't be paid if the school goes bankrupt. It doesn't make any sense. I think this goes way beyond just a simple bank scheme. The only way it makes sense is if Kaiser Corporation's HQ is involved somehow. Wait, so the HQ is different from the bank? They're not the same thing? I figured they would be the same thing. Okay. That's the only explanation. I owe you tons, everyone. I truly appreciate your help. Same here. Sorry for bringing you into this mess here for me. That's okay. Don't be a stranger, you hear me? I won't. We don't have all the details, but this is proof that the Kaiser Corporation has ties to violent criminal organizations. I'll pass this along to the Tea Party. I'll also tell them how much Abydos High School needs help right now. Fair warning, I bet that's gonna be old news to the Tea Party. It will be? I doubt the hotshots at all the other academies haven't figured it out by now. It's not like they don't have manpower to dedicate intelligence gathering. So wait, okay, if there's high schools, and there's somehow government organizations, what about elementary and middle school? I know most countries don't even have a middle school. It's usually elementary directly into high school, but like, are those also government organizations somehow? But that means they knew about you and still didn't. You're so innocent, Hifumi. The world isn't all sunshines and rainbows, you know. I appreciate the gesture, but I don't know what good it'll do to tell them. In fact, it might just make things more complicated for us. You think so? Our school is on the verge of collapse. We don't have the means to sway super academies like Trinity or Gehenna. There isn't much anyone can do to change things. Do you get what I'm saying? If someone were to take advantage of the situation under the guise of helping, you'd be powerless to stop it. Then now I get it. That's definitely a possibility. I hate politics. Barely even politics, but alright. Aren't you being too cynical about this, Hoshino? What if they just really wanted to help? Give me a break. I'm old and cranky and my back hurts too much to trust anyone at this age. That's how this school ended up in this mess, by ignoring all of the what-ifs. So, the thing is, we've been through a lot together in such a short time. We have. It was a lot of fun. Fun? Speak for yourself, Shiriko. I don't know, I kinda had fun too. Glad to hear it. Thanks for all your help, Faust. You don't have to keep calling me that. How does fearless leader of the masked swimsuit gang sound? Come on, guys. Stop giving Hifumi a hard time. Well, anyway, I know you have some tough times ahead, but I'll be cheering you on. Good luck. I'll see you around, everyone. It's been a really long day. Why don't we all go home and get some rest? We can regroup tomorrow. Dismissed. Crazy how short these are. It's honestly whiplash coming from Arknights and Limbus Company with how short these are. I'm so used to reading like a chapter for like a good 30 minutes before you go into the next part. Good morning. Good morning. Whoa, you okay, Aru? Did you stay up all night? No, I slept, technically speaking. What's eating you this time, boss? The planning is all done, right? We hire double the muscle, then we lure the Abydos kids somewhere while we have the upper hand. And Haruka left this morning to go plant the explosives. The plan is to pick off those Abydos kids one by one in the kill zone, isn't it? I'm back! Hi, back. So, how did it go? With that one line, Kyoko has become my favorite character. She's pulling the dad jokes. Good shit. I finished planting the bombs at key junctions. Now all I have to do is press this button and... Nice! Just make sure to remember where they're all placed. Of course, say the word and they'll be blown to smithereens. What's wrong now? The money? If this was gonna put us out so much, then why didn't we get an advance from the clients and use that for our plan? No upfront payments. Company policy. You know that. I don't know why I'm yawning. That earlier yawn must have triggered something. Because accepting payment in advance would give the client too much say in how we operate, or something like that. Exactly. We get paid only when the job is done. That's how it has to be, and I never compromise. Really? It's since when? Since always. We're hard-boiled outlaws, untethered to rules or laws. That's always been the guiding vision for Problem Solver 68. Huh? What was it? I guess it does sound a little familiar. Contracts are no different. There's always a chance it might turn into a trap. We don't want to be forced into doing something we don't want to do. And that's why we only accept payment once the job is done. You know, boss, if this is getting to be too much pressure, we could all just throw in the towel and go back to Gehenna. What? Who said anything about it being too much pressure? I'm just a little... this might not be a good idea. The prefect team would never let her off the hook. And that's a good point. The prefect team must see us as nothing but a thorn in their sides. Still, it's not as though we came out here to run away, either. And don't forget, the only reason the prefect team is considered to be the most feared organization in all of Kavotos is because of head prefect Hina. Yeah, I have her. Most of their firepower comes from the head prefect alone. She's a veritable one-woman army. In other words, the rest of the prefect team is anything but invincible. We have a puncher's chance of winning if we play our cards right. Is that so? I didn't realize you were thinking so far ahead, Kyoko. We'll have to fight them sooner or later. We could use the same resources we're utilizing against Abydos to fight the prefect team without Hina. That's how strong I think the Abydos girls are. Their only real weakness is that they lack numbers. Huh, you don't say. No. Going back is out of the question. But I wish it wasn't. Would you make up your mind already? Fine, let's give this boring conversation a break and get something to eat. I'm starving. How does ramen sound? Chibaseki, anyone? That place? Worried about the part-timer? She only works in the afternoon. We just have to make sure we don't run into her. I guess. I'll admit the food was pretty good, plus the boss could use a little pick-me-up. Alright, let's go. Let's go, Mario! I was greeted by the sight of Hoshino resting her head in Nanomi's lap upon entering the clubroom. Oh, good morning, Sensei. Oh no, this is Nanomi. You're here early! No, that's not the voice. You're here early. No, I lost the voice in that amount of time. You're here early. Good to see you. Look comfortable, don't I? Huh? Nanomi's lap is super soft and perfect for taking a nap. It's like my very own pillow. There's room for you too, Sensei. Make yourself comfortable. My god. Nope, I have dibs on this lap, so why don't you back off and take one of those uncomfortable chairs over there, Sensei? No one said you could call dibs, but okay. No, that was a different person talking. I completely missed that. Why don't you come back later when no one else is around, Sensei? How is everyone so busy this morning? It's the first breather we've had in a while, so I guess everyone is trying to check some stuff off their lists. Shiroko is probably working out, and Ayane is most likely studying at the library. Wow, and you came to school early to tidy up the club room, Nanomi. You're all such hard workers. As for me, I'm just here taking it easy. Maybe you'd like to do something productive for a change, Hoshino? Like a part-time job or going to the gym? No, I've already got way too much on my plate. Plus, I'm just a wrinkly old coot who can barely endure outdoor activities. But we're practically the same age! Anyway, the others should be arriving soon now that Sensei is here. I'm gonna go kill some time. Oh? Hey, where are you going? Today's my day off. I'll be out for the day, so call me if anything comes up. Hoshino! I bet she's gonna go take another nap. I guess that's okay. Ayane will make sure the meeting runs smoothly anyway. Haha! Still, Hoshino's changed a lot since I first met her. What was she like before? Well, she might come across as a lazy sleepyhead now, but there was never a moment when Hoshino didn't seem frazzled back then. What was she frazzled by? I don't know. Everything? I don't know all the details, but there used to be another student around here before. Apparently, she was the last student council president Abydos had. From what I heard, she wasn't very reliable or trustworthy. Hoshino had to do everything herself after she disappeared. That was back when Hoshino was just a first year. Anyway, like I said, I don't know all the details. But now we have you, Sensei, and she seems to have no trouble hanging out with students from other academies, too. She never would have done something like that before. I guess you could say she's finally softened up a bit. And I think it's all thanks to you. She literally doesn't seem like she's any different from what she was before. Ah, you're here. Oh, it's the weird smoky dude man. I've been waiting for you, Horace of the pardon me. You go by Hoshino, was it? Okay, so she actually is, like, more important? I'm afraid I'm still getting used to how things are done in Kivatos. So wait, you're still from outside Kivatos? What the fuck?
This way, if you please, Miss Hoshino.
What do you want this time, Black Suit?
To put it simply, circumstances have changed, and as you possess the greatest mystic in all of Abydos, I'd like you to reconsider my offer.
Alright, Mystic. Got it. New term. I don't remember if that was a term before, but it doesn't sound like a term I recognize. This again? Would you give it a rest already? I've already.
Ah ha ha ha. Let's keep it down, shall we?
Yeah.
How shall I put this? Let me use this quote from a favorite movie of mine.
Oh god, I don't like this guy. He's already he's a movie quoter? Ooh. My camera does not want to center itself. Come on.
I'm going to make you an offer you can't refuse.
I mean, I can literally just say no.
You'll find it very enticing, I assure you. Won't you hear me out?
We're here. Time to carbo load. Okay, so carbs are one of the main sources of energy that the body can chemically break down. However, too many carbs is also what leads to large amounts of fat deposit. Sugar being the only thing that really is more than carbs. Just saying. Enter the plot man? Oh, that's the plot man. Maybe I should give him a more serious voice. And we each get our own bowl. How luxurious! Ah, friends of those kids, aren't you? Let me know if I can get you anything else. Huh? This ramen is so good. How does the shop not get more customers? Maybe they need to move to a better location. They're right next to a failing school, after all. I guess so. Not that I really care as long as the food is good. Let's eat. We're not. We're not their friends! What? You know what my problem is? I figured it out. It's this shop. That's what my problem is. Huh? What has gotten into you? We're here to work, right? Dangerous, hard-boiled, rough-and-tumble work. Like outlaws. What's this place? A little shop that feeds you when you get hungry? It's cushy, warm, and the people here are nothing but nice to you. They even have the nerds to start polite conversation. We're going to be friends and regulars if we keep coming here like this. And? What's wrong with that? It's ruining everything. How am I ever going to be a real true blue villain if I keep coming to a heartwarming hole in the wall like this? What I need right now is cold-blooded ruthlessness and steely determination. Not this load of sweetness and fluff. Geez, you don't have to be so serious about it. Yeah. So, just saying that this shop needs to go, are you? Yeah. I'm so glad. Now I can finally be of assistance to you. Hey, what are you doing with that detonator? Haruku, wait a second. Click. Eh? How do these people not, like... I guess I was saying earlier, there's not really a jail, is there? This world is fucking weird. An explosion has been detected within a 10-kilometer radius. 10 kilometers? Isn't that downtown? Is it an ambush? It looks like the shockwaves were set off by a chain reaction of C4. It doesn't seem like any sort of bombardment, but I'll try to find out more. The explosion was downtown. The exact location is Shibaseki Ramen. Shibaseki Ramen has been completely obliterated. What? No way. Why would that place be a target for anyone? It's not a strategic location, and it's not part of a major transportation route. Why would anyone... No way. But they have been targeting me! We can try to guess what happened later. We need to get moving. He is right! Now's not that time! Let's head over right away! Yeah, I'll send word to Hoshino. Come on, let's go! I can't believe it. I really hope Mastered is alright. I want to see the Shiba dog, like, beating them all to fucking crap. Wow, will you look at that? The entire building's been leveled. What in the world? I thought she had laid bombs at the school. Not in the buildings next to the school. What the fuck? Wow, will you look at that? The entire building's been leveled. What in the world? Ah! What's going on? What the heck just happened? How could you? I can't believe you really did that, Aru. So they had a bomb in a lot of places, alright. Me? What did I do? After everything the nice people at the ramen shop did for us, you blew everything up because you were starting to get a soft spot for them? Jeez, I didn't think you had it in you. You're as cold-blooded and ruthless as they come. An absolutely rotten, bad-to-the-bone evil villain. A complete scumbag. What? Huh? A real hard-boiled outlaw. That was amazing. I had you all wrong. What? That's right, exactly. We'll do anything as long as we get paid. Yep, that's us. Is that so? I see how it is, you punks. You jerks! We've given you the benefit of the doubt over and over again, but this is how it really is, huh? Master Shiba's safety has been confirmed. Luckily, he's only sustained superficial wounds, so he'll be treated at a nearby shelter. Perfect. That means we can get as rough as we want with them, right? You'll pay for this, all of you! About time they showed up. This isn't how we planned for things to go, but this showdown was inevitable, so... I'll go ahead and call in the hired thugs we contracted. Yeah, that's right. That's the kind of person I am. You're finally getting the picture, you Abydos losers. It's time for us to settle this. Go ahead and make your move. That's right. I'll mow them all down. I hope you know that what you've gotten yourselves into. Get ready to get owned! Oh, please. I'm gonna teach you a lesson about tingling with a true outlaw. Okay. Whoops, I forgot I had to right click. Or I don't think right click actually works. Oh well. I will admit, so far, I know it's still like technically early game, but so far the gameplay has not excited me whatsoever. Very much not. I don't think it's my thing. Oh, they died instantly. You've got to be kidding me. Don't they ever give up? Was there more C4? Now what? What's going on? Wait, that's... What was that?
It sounded like...
We're getting bombarded. I've marked multiple grenadiers about 3 kilometers away. They're 50mm mortar shells. They seem to be aimed at Problem Solver and not us, but I can't be sure. Mortars? If they're 50mm mortar shells, then... Unit affiliation confirmed. That's the Gehenna Prefect team. It's a single medium-sized brigade. The Prefect team. Wow. So the hinting that they did earlier was like not for farther in the future. It was for like right now. I was expecting that to be like a thing that would pay off later on, but no. Boss, Mutsuki, Haruka, we have to get out of here. It's them. Who's them? The Gehenna Prefect team is here. Have they been tracking us all this time? And why now? No, wait. This might be them picking the perfect time to attack. Ah, damn it. She got hit in the face by a 50mm grenade. Target neutralized. Good. Squads 1 and 2, move in. What about the others, Iori? You mean the students from that school? What was it called again? Abydos? Do you really need to ask? Anyone who interferes with the execution of official duties is an enemy. Then let's hope they stay out of the way. But procedure dictates that we state our intentions first. What for? Is it even necessary? It's tiring enough already, going after all these loner delinquents from our academy. Why waste the time or effort? Just wipe them out with the rest if they put up a fuss.
Is the Prefect team here to take those Problem Solver kids into custody?
I'm not sure yet, and they're not exactly looking like friendlies either. Yeah, they weren't targeting us specifically, but we were still in their bombardment zone. Jeez.
Fat chance we'll allow it. These Problem Solver scumbags are ours. Who the hell do they think they are?
Dealing with the Prefect team and some small-time crooks like Problem Solver couldn't be any more different. They're the official armed forces of their academy. This might escalate into political conflict if we're not careful. So far, I'm not feeling any actual political conflict here. It's just a bunch of high school people with guns. Ayane, is there still no word from Hoshino? No, she's never been out of contact for this long before. So, what should we do here? You're gonna hand Problem Solver over to them? But we can't fight them head on, can we?
I get what you're asking us, but what are we supposed to do about it?
We must be of one mind on this. We have to take down the Prefect team. Shiroko! She's right. The Prefect team escalates this into political conflict the moment they commence tactical operations here in our district. Yes, those Problem Solver geeks may have started this mess, but that doesn't give the disciplinary board of another academy Carte Blanche to... Carte Blanche? I think it's Carte Blanche. Carte Blanche? I don't know. To project force in our jurisdiction without our say-so.
Yeah, that's right. How dare they? They're basically spitting in our faces. We're the ones who are gonna take Problem Solver down. I'm gonna make sure they pay for what they did to Shibaseki Ramen.
The Abydos students are preparing for battle. They want to do this the hard way, huh? Even though it's only 4 of them against our entire brigade. But the Prefect team standing down from a fight is out of the question. All units, prepare for combat. Wait, hold on a moment, Iori. A civilian has been sighted on the Abydos side. One moment while we confirm. Wait. That person over there. Could it be? Drachna-sensei from Shale? Huh? Shale? What's that? Wait a minute. If Shale is working with them, then... We can't. We mustn't engage. What are you on about? The Abydos students are headed our way. Open fire! They're not giving us any other choice. Engage in combat! It's okay. This is a school bonding experience. We call this, in my business, team building exercises. Oh, can I make it go faster? I can make it go faster. Nice. For being the most powerful people in all of the city, that was kind of stupidly easy. What the heck? Did we lose? Hello, Janatsu. Sensei, I didn't expect us to meet again under these circumstances. I knew we had no chance of winning once I saw you. We should have retreated. My apologies. This is Okasura Ayane of the Abydos Foreclosure Task Force. Please identify yourselves. I can answer that. Someone's patching into the comms. Akko? Senior Administrator Akko. Greetings, Abydos students. My name is Akko. And I'm the Senior Administrator of Gehenna's Academy Prefect Team. I'd like to take a moment to explain what's going on, if you don't mind. Wait a second, Echo. Aye, the template for apology letters is in the left-hand drawers of my desk. Understood. They're all sitting ducks. This is our chance! No forgiveness. It's unforgivable. Unforgivable, 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 unforgivable. I'm glad it didn't keep going. The prefect team goes to war. Oh wait, this is the one I already played. How do I... that is the farthest thing from normal that I've ever seen, Ken. Not at all. She is absolutely insane. What? Okay, that was weird. UI is not functioning the way I expected to. I'm not saying more unforgivables. Not doing it. I will never, ever, ever, ever forgive. I mean, I would have warned somebody, but alright, I'll go with what the story tells me to do, I guess. You're the senior administrator? That would make you the prefect team's second in command. Please! You make it sound much more glamorous than it really is. I'm nothing more than a supportive secretary to the head prefect. Your subordinates wouldn't have any reason to be quivering in their boots right now if that's all you were. Who says I'm quivering? A very astute observation. Let's see. You must be Suneukami Shiroko. Rumor has it Abydos Student Council were the only ones remaining in the district. I suppose that must be all of you. From what I understand, there's supposed to be 5 Abydos Student Council members. It would seem you're missing one of your rank. Our president is away right now, and we're not the Student Council. We're the Foreclosure Task Force, Miss Senior Administrator. Okasora, right? Are you there? Are there no Student Council members present? I'd like to speak with the Student Council, if you please.
The Abydos Student Council is long gone. For all intents and purposes, we're now the acting Student Council here. So if you've got anything to say, you can say it to us.
And if you're holding someone at gunpoint is your idea of having a conversation, that's pretty reprehensible if you ask me. Oh, my apologies. All the units stand down.
Well, they actually did it.
Allow me to apologize for my colleague's reckless misuse of force. The hell? But I was just following orders, Sacco. Were your orders to blindly engage using indiscriminate bombardment? Well, supporting firepower is a mainstay of above-ground tactical deployment for the infantry. Does it not go without saying that the certain precautions are to be taken when operating within the district of another academy? Again, my sincere apologies to the Foreclosure Task Force. The Gehenna Prefect team was mobilized to take specific individuals who have violated our academy's regulations into custody. This was an unfortunate incident, but since nothing illegal has transpired, I hope you'll be understanding. We were only acting in accordance with the urgency of the situation. I ask for your cooperation during the execution of the Prefect team's duties. And like we said before, that's not going to happen. Oh? An academy like Gehenna, abusing their massive forces to wantonly conduct tactical operations at a tiny school like ours? That's a crystal clear breach of jurisdictional authority. We'll be the ones to decide how problem solver will be dealt with. It's disgraceful that an academy of Gehenna's caliber would abuse their power to launch this kind of assault. It would seem you all feel the same way. I'm shocked you would be so obstinate, even in the face of our troops. Could the source of this confidence be rooted in the abilities of a certain individual you have in your corner? Perhaps Drachnis-sensei? Sensei, you're the official advisor of Shale. Does this mean you agree with the Foreclosure Task Force? There must be a bunch of dummies, but they're not bad kids. Aru may be kind of dumb, but she's not a bad apple. Okay, they're all kind of stupid, but not that stupid. I mean, they are kind of that stupid, though. Like, come on, they literally blew up civilian housing. They're pretty fucking stupid. But yeah, I don't think Aru is like the worst thing in the world. What? Of course they're a bunch of rotten apples. They blew up the ramen shop. They definitely did that, but I bet they blew it up by mistake and then felt compelled to roll with it.
Hey, what?
If that explosion had really been meant for us, why set it off at the ramen shop when nobody was there? All that did was expose their plan, and it was a terrible trap from the get-go.
I guess you have a point. They laid a trap and then sprung it on themselves by accident? Jeez, who would hire those idiots?
Regardless, it doesn't change the fact that they demolished the ramen shop, so again, we're not handing them over. And we still haven't figured out who they're working for! We're not done with them yet!
In conclusion, there's no need for us to negotiate with you. We demand that Gehenna Prefect team withdraws its forces immediately.
That's too bad. If that's how it has to be, then you leave me no choice. Truly, it brings me no joy to do this, but we have no choice but to use force.
The heck? Unforgivable. Where did you come from? Ah! Unforgivable! 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 I'm not gonna say all of that. Ah! Enough of your lies, Emo Akko. Pardon? What you said about how doing things brings you no joy? That's a lie. This is what you wanted all along. Kyoko. Nice one, Haruka. Sorry, I didn't come to the rescue sooner. It's all my fault. The plan is ruined. Should I sacrifice myself as penance? I'll do it gladly. Yeah, technically it is all your fault, but I think it's alright now that things are getting a lot more interesting. Oh dear, you managed to break through our perimeter. What the heck? How'd they get all the way there? My apologies, Senior Administrator. Well, our attention was on the Abydo students. We'll reassemble the formation right away. It's quite alright. As for you, Kyoko, what is it you're getting at? At first, I was surprised the prefect team would show up way out here. Why go out of your way to another school's district just to arrest some petty criminals like us? An inefficient and sloppy use of force like this isn't Hina's style. This was obviously a unilateral decision of yours, Akko. And you mobilized a platoon the size of a small army just to take us into custody? Nah, you did it because you fully anticipated a hostile engagement with another school. But the entire student body of this school is only 5 students, which leaves only one explanation. Your true objective was Shale. What you wanted was Sensei all along. Why? Well, what? The Sensei? Me? Oh dear. I should have remembered that Problem Solver had someone like you in its ranks, Kyoko. Perhaps I spent too much time dawdling. Oh well, no matter. Prefect team forces are advancing from all directions. Reinforcements? You had more coming, in such overwhelming numbers. Okay, maybe I did overdo it just a little, but I figured it was better to be safe than sorry when dealing with Shale. What I'm learning so far is, in this world, don't trust anyone with side boob. They're all evil. It's better to be overprepared than underprepared, after all. I thought we'd broken past their siege line, but there was another one. Kyoko is right. Well, she's half right. It's true that I anticipated the worst in the event of a clash with Shale, but it's not true that I intended for things to escalate like they did. I really hope you believe me when I say that, though I understand if you don't. The Tea Party. They act as the student council of Trinity General School, Gehenna's Academy's longtime rival. Our intelligence gatherers have learned of a report on Shale that was submitted to the Tea Party. I'll pass this along to the Tea Party. I had no clue what Shale was at first, but whatever intel the Tea Party had, it was absolutely necessary for us to acquire it as well. So I took a look at the report Shinatsu had compiled. Very belatedly, that is. A mysterious organization left behind by the General Student Council President, an extrajudicial club headed by an adult. The current OST is one of the ones I actually like. I mean, it's okay. It's very, like, bit-tune-ish, and I don't know. It doesn't, like, immediately grab me or anything. It's better than a lot of the previous music, though, I'll give you that. I can't be the only one who finds that suspicious. There are too many unknown variables when it comes to Shale. That's unacceptable with the negotiation with Trinity on the horizon. So until it's signed, the Prefect team will be taking Sensei into our custody. Taking care of a group of troublemakers while we do so is simply an added bonus.
It's nice that things are being kept simple. So your plan is to kidnap Sensei? Did you really think we're gonna let that happen? Yes. That is the way it will be. Isn't that right, Akasora Ayane? We won't hesitate to resort to violence if necessary. In fact, we welcome it. Boss, this is our only chance to run. There's no turning back once the battle breaks out. The Prefect team will attempt to wipe us and Abydos out in one fell swoop. But if the Abydos students draw their fire anyway, we may be able to break through one of their weaker points. Boss? Okay, Oko. You should know me better by now. Run away? After the way they've treated us? We've never turned our backs to the enemy. Problem Solver is anything but a pack of third-rate villains. I could never forgive myself if I let them get away with such blatant disrespect. Adu. But we ran away from a fight just yesterday. So we're gonna fight them. They'll be tough to beat, but if we join forces with Abydos... Besides, there's no way the Abydos for students will cooperate with us. All that's left is to... Alright, we're working with Problem Solver. Let's wipe out these arrogant little twerps. We shall become Sensei's shield. All of us will protect Sensei together. Got it? They certainly change gears quickly. Naturally. Who do you think I am? Our victory is assured. Trust is met with trust. That's the Problem Solver way. Yes! And we owe it to Sensei! And for the record, we didn't blow up the ramen shop by mistake. That was totally on purpose. Got it? Kyoko, the only actual normal one? Yeah, absolutely. It was an act of high-level psychological warfare that only a cold-hearted outlaw like me can use. Well then, we certainly knew this was possible. Still, aren't you becoming buddy-buddy a little too quickly? These things are supposed to take time. But very well. Prefect team, engage. Subdue the foreclosure task force and Problem Solver, and do all you can to secure Sensei. Sensei is an outsider to Kavotos, so see to it that they aren't harmed. I'm gonna make you pay for firing that shotgun at me. The enemy has begun the siege. Sensei, please lead Problem Solver 68 with us. This is a weird mix of characters, alright. Oh damn. Squad 1 is unable to fight. Retreat and regroup. Squad 3 pulling back to resupply. I have a much better understanding in just how many troops we must allocate to deal with Shale. Your power is way beyond what I expected. Incredible. We didn't underestimate you, but we should have approached this more carefully. But it's not like you're invincible. I have seen your weaknesses, so I know what it will take to defeat you. We just have to push a little more. I'm sure we can win. Alright, rear squad 8, advance. The The prefect team are calling for a third round of backup. Again? You mean there's more of them? This is nothing! We can keep fighting! Akko shouldn't have the authority to mobilize this many troops. Someone else must be backing this attack as well. You mean the head prefect gave the order after all? What? You mean Hina is coming here? We have to run now! No, that's not what I said. Calm down, boss. This will be a whole new experience for me here on out. Eoi and I will have to write out an apology letter if the head prefect catches wind of this. Well then, it's time for round 3. Prefect team, ready your wet. Oh, I missed that. Akko. President Hina? President? President? You mean it's the head prefect? President, I wasn't expecting to hear from you so soon. Akko, where are you right now? Me? I'm downtown in Gehenna, of course. I'm on a routine patrol with the prefect team. That's a lie! I guess the senior administration really was acting on her own. Anyway, what's this about? You're supposed to be away on a business trip. I am. In fact, I just arrived. Oh, I see. Well, President, I have something I need to do, so I'll get back to you in a bit. I'm just a little busy right now. Busy? Why are you busy doing a routine patrol? What's going on? Well, that's because, could it be you're busy with something like commanding our members in the district of another academy without jurisdiction? Excuse me? Whoa. But President, when did you get here? Oh no! You'd better have a good explanation for this, Akko. Okay. Sorosaki Hina, Gehenna's head prefect. Her appearance matches her file. That must be her. But Gehenna's head prefect is the highest ranking member of their armed forces. What would bring someone like her all the way out here? You see, President, I mobilized our forces to arrest a group of troublemakers and... You mean Problem Solver 68? From what I can see, the only ones you're confronting right now are Shale. Huh? Problem Solver should be... When did they escape? They were just here. So I can explain everything, President. No, that's alright. I think I understand. This must have been done for the sake of identifying and removing Gehenna's risk factors. But Akko, we're the prefect team, not the student council. Jail, the Chi Party, the General Student Council President, those things are best left to the raccoons of the Pandemonium Society. We'll discuss the details when I get back. Cut all communications and take some time to reflect in the prefect team club room, Akko. Yes, ma'am. Everybody is just dotting. Now's our chance to try again. Wait, the Gehenna head prefect is extremely powerful. There's no one stronger than her in all of Kivotos. We can't rush in head first. We have to negotiate. Why do you guys like fighting so much? Where the Abydos Foreclosure Task Force, Miss Head Prefect? Do you understand the situation? Of course. There has been an unauthorized troop deployment in another district without prior notice, as well as clashes with other academy students. But it is also true that you interfered in the business of the prefect team, Abydos. Okay. So? Our position has not changed! Wait, Problem Solver is gone, and the number of enemy troops hasn't changed. All we have is Sensei, and I can't stop the others. I wish Hoshino was here right now. Hoshino. Could Abydos's Hoshino be Takanashi Hoshino? Huh? What's this now? What a mess. What? Hoshino? Sorry, I was just taking a little nap. I know I'm late. What took you so long? It was nuts here. These Gehenna punks were... But we defeated all of them. Well, not all of them. The Gehenna Prefect team. You followed Problem Solver all the way here. Alright, I don't know what happened, but everyone in the foreclosure task force is present. So shall we try this again, Prefect team? You've changed a lot since your first year. I almost didn't recognize you. Oh, do you know me? When I was on the intelligence committee, I took note of any students of interest in each district. I could never forget you, Takanashi Hoshino. I thought you left Abydos after the incident. I see. So that's what happened. That's why Shale. Well, never mind. I didn't come here to fight. Aioi, Chinatsu. Yes, President. Yes. Gather the troops while pulling out. What? Pulling out? I mean, usually you pull out after you finish, but they didn't finish. She bowed! I, Sorasaki Hina, Gehenna Head Prefect, formally apologize for the Abydos Foreclosure Task Force for the unauthorized deployment and use of troops within a foreign district. Gehenna Prefect team will no longer enter this area without authorization. I ask for your forgiveness and understanding. President! Wait a minute, President. What about the ones who violated the rules? What about Problem Solver? No. Let's go home. Stronger student in history and stronger student today. Hina is the most normal Gehenna besides Kyoko. Yeah, so far Hina seems perfectly alright. Stronger student in history. Alright. That seems a little weird that they would, like, implement characters this early into the story. Because, like, usually you don't want to reveal, like, who the strongest characters are right away. You usually save that for later. It doesn't allow for very much world building if all the strongest people show up right from the get-go. All the Prefect team's forces vanished from Abydos in the blink of an eye. To be able to move such a large force so quickly, the head Prefect is really something. What a shame. It was a good opportunity to fight some powerful enemies. Here to go most of the blood of warriors. Then again, I'm not one to turn down a fight either. This old timer's having a hard time wrapping her head around what's going on. What happened? I don't know. Why was the head Prefect here? We don't have a clue either. Where were you? Sorry. I feel like things are getting out of hand. It's all so chaotic and hard to navigate. Hey, Anne. What? So much happened today. We shouldn't push ourselves to do any more. We need to rest. Yes, let's disband for today and figure out the situation at school tomorrow. Alright. You're right, Ayane. Let's call it a day. We'll meet in the club room Nelly tomorrow. Okay. Got it. I need a shower anyway. Sensei. I think the head prefect said something to you before she left. What was it? Hey Ori, are you okay? I was threatened with a shotgun, rolled around, scolded by Akko, and stared down by the president. It's been a tough day. I see. Can you please not give me that pitiful look? It's called sympathy, Aori. Okay. Sensei of Shale. You wanted to talk to me? Yes, I have something I need to tell you. I thought it's best that you hear about it in advance. What is it? Are you familiar with the Kaiser Corporation? It's like the Kaiba Corporation from Yu-Gi-Oh! I've put it together! It's just Kaiba. I know it very well. I see. Both Pandemonium and the Tea Party have yet to receive this information, but I thought you should know. I think the Kaiser Corporation is up to something in the abandoned desert of Abydos. In the Abydos Desert. Yes, I had no interest in informing Abydos. Their academy will soon be shut down anyway. Well then, see you next time, Drachnis-sensei. I'll tell you with everyone present. Okay, Sensei. Then let's head back. Blue Archive White students? I'm not sure I get what you're saying, Ken. Ah. Oh, Blue Eyes White Dragon. Oh. Yeah, that one. I made the Kaiba joke, and then, like, you said it, and instead of thinking about Blue Eyes White Dragon, my mind immediately went to racism. Blue Archive, white skin student. Oh no. Don't just stand there, Aru. Let's get moving already. Oh god, come on camera, stop looking that way. Let's get moving already. Ugh. Excuse me, where should I put this? Huh? Wow, look at this. Aru worked really hard on this calligraphy. Throw it into the burning pile of trash over there. You can't throw that away. We have to take it with us. Yeah, but it's just your old homework. One evil deed a day? What a strange message. But it'll be worth about 100 million yen in 10 years or so. You look so down, Aru. What's up, boss? I don't think Aru is happy to be moving out of the office. But the prefect team knows our location now, and our client is gonna come after us for failing the mission. What else can we do? The fight with Abydos also ended on a sour note. Those backstabbers! How could they go after allies who fought alongside them? They're cowards, that's what they are. Ugh. We left the money bag at the ramen place so the shopkeeper can pay for repairs. Aru, you're... Yeah, shut up! Shut up! I know I'm not a hard-boiled outlaw. Our boss is so high maintenance. But that's Aru's charm. She's so much fun to be around. That's true, Aru. If it weren't for you, I don't know if I would still be alive today. I look up to you more than anyone, Aru. I said shut up! Heave-ho! That's it. Everything's loaded. Where should we go now? Well, if no one has a plan, should we head back to Gehenna? Hello, everyone. Oh! You! Shale, Sensei. Whoa, it's Sensei, you're here. What are you doing here? You're on Abydos' side. Yeah, but Sensei said that we should get along. That's true, and Sensei did help us when we were fighting the prefect team. Sensei doesn't seem to have any malicious intent. Besides, we're just about to leave. There's no reason to be hostile now. You're leaving? We're not leaving, we're moving on, so we can get more commissions. Hope to see you soon. Of course, Sensei. I can see us doing business together. Though we can't right now, since we're so busy. Maybe some other time. Yeah, it's not like we'll never visit Abydos again. I kind of like this place. Well, yeah. Yes, I agree. Of course, I'll come back for the ramen. I don't think they would let you in the ramen shop again. It was delicious. You're all dumbasses. Soon the truckload with problem solvers 68's worldly possessions pass through the alley. Hello, Master. We've come to check on you. Are you alright, Master? Hey, Sarika! Ah, and Sarika's friend, Ayani. You're here early. How are you feeling? Even Sensei's here. I'm fine, I'm fine. It was just a scratch. What about your shop? Well, I'm sorry I had to let you go, Serica. Why are you apologizing? I can't exactly work in a building that's been leveled. I was actually gonna close the shop soon anyway. It just happened earlier than I planned. What? You were going to close your shop? Yeah, I already had an eviction notice from the building owner. The building owner? What are you talking about? Buildings in the Abydos district are owned by the Abydos school, so your shop has to be... Actually, the Abydos Student Council couldn't pay off its debt, so the ownership of the building changed. I guess you didn't know because it happened so long ago. Eh? Oh, is there an extra? Is that... I thought that scar was already there, but maybe I'm just imagining things. What? Really? The property was sold? To whom? Was it the Kaiser Corporation? That name sounds right, but I'm not too familiar with all the documents and contracts. If that's what happened... Serica, Sensei, you should go ahead back to the school. I have to check something before I go. Yeah, what is it? I'll go with you, Akane. Okay, in that case, you should go back to the club room first, Sensei. We'll be right behind you. Alright, I have something to tell everyone. Master, don't even think about retiring yet, alright? Oh, Serica, I saw a strange bag of money in the restaurant. Use it to repair the shop. Yeah? Let's go, Serica. I don't know where we're going, but okay. See you later, Sensei. If he doesn't own the building, then how is he supposed to pay for the repairs? That's the building owner who is the one who needs to pay for the repairs. That's how renting works. Oh, Sensei! You're certainly here early. We still have a lot of time left before the meeting begins. You're also here early. Sure am. I got here early to do some cleaning. I just couldn't sit still. How's the master doing? Well, his health is fine. Oh, I'm glad to hear that. I thought it would be too overwhelming for him if we all went to the hospital together, so I didn't go with the others. I'll have to go with Shiroko and Hoshino later. But when you But when you say his health seems fine, do you mean that there's another problem? You're pretty sharp. Even if you don't sound like it. Call it a hunch of Notre Dame. You left with Serica and Ayane, but came back alone, so I thought maybe something had happened. Okay, then you can tell me once we're all together. If it's important, then we should all talk about it. Okay. A lot has changed since you came here. We got our very first advisor, and we were able to fight off the gangs that had been harassing us. We secured the supplies we needed, and we've overcome so many problems. But it seems like now we have more problems to face than ever. The Helmet Gang, Problem Solver, the Prefect Team, Kaiser Corporation. I wonder what else lies ahead. Do you think the Foreclosure Task Force will be able to keep moving forward? Maybe. Yep. If you say so, then it must be true. What was that sound effect? Oh, it was the bike. Hey, Nanomi-sensei. Oh, Shadiko, you're also here early. Where's Hoshino? Hoshino? She's already here. She's probably taking a nap somewhere around the school again. Okay. Sensei, how's Master? Master is... Yep. Sensei told me that Master is doing just fine. I don't know why I do that every time I see the star, but that's just what I imagine for some reason. But it seems that there's still something going on, so we should all meet up to discuss it. Finally, we play some game that's not gonna EOS tomorrow. I mean, it may not EOS tomorrow, but so far, It's not pulling my attention enough to probably keep me playing it past this month, so we'll see. Okay, oh, no, that's not the right person. Okay, I get it. I'll go back first then. Somehow Shinako seems kinda off, right? Right, that's the vibe I got too. She seems kinda nervous for some reason. I hope I'm just imagining things. Also, the chapter finale of Blue Archive is quite good, but it also suffered the EARR, the ear? Ear? What is ear? Oh, early gotcha problem? Oh, you were trying to say early gotcha problem in the first. Oh, okay, gotcha. Early gotcha problem. Interesting. See, it's interesting because, okay, sorry, taking a break from the game really quick. Speaking on early gotcha problems, I gotta admit, I've not played a huge amount of gotchas. My first ever gotcha was Fate Grand Order, which I don't know if that was technically considered an early gotcha. But like, it does feel like it has a very like early gotcha system, like the actual gotcha system itself, and the gameplay is very simplistic overall. So maybe that's kind of the early gotcha problem you're insinuating, but if you mostly mean story-wise, I've never played a gotcha game that has like a super simplistic story. There's a lot of gotchas like Blue Archive here that I kind of looked at and gone, feels a little simplistic, like just by art style, the like story premise, like the general like concept of it just didn't grab me because it felt too both simplistic but also too like childish almost is how I would call it. Like it just doesn't feel like it's realistic enough for me to take seriously. Chapter 3, 4, and Volume F are my favorite. Chapter 2, some people either love or hate early on, but 3 onwards is where I personally get invested. Okay. Based on how long it's taking me to get through Chapter 1, though, I'm definitely a little worried on whether I'll be able to reach that within a month. Like, Chapter 1 seems like it's going to take me 2 whole weeks at this point. Possibly longer. We'll see how long this is. But if Chapter 2 is also kind of mixed, we might have a problem actually reaching Chapter 3. After Volume F, things kind of go down. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, okay. Ow, that hurts. Ow, that hurts, sorry, ho. Don't act like you don't know anything. Ooh, they sounded like... Act? I don't know what you're talking about. Liar. I'm not lying. Hoshino, Choriko, what's going on? Not all chapters are all in the same timeline, so you'll notice some of the Volume 1 stuff is actually locked until later. Interesting. Okay. I wonder why that is. I guess I'll figure it out. What the hell is going on? This is between me and Hoshino. I'm sorry, but please give us a moment. Yeah! No can do! Yeah, that would be my response to someone who did that. There are no secrets in the foreclosure task force. You know that we're all on the same team, right? So if you don't explain what's going on, you'll be punished. After Volume F, the main writer left, so the quality of the new stuff changed. Though personally, I'm still waiting for the pile-up and binge the new chapters at once before I form an opinion. Alright. Yeah, writers changing always does kind of tend to do that. So... I guess I can't... I got caught trying to sneak in a nap to rest my old bones. But that's not fair. You already know how lazy I am. It comes as naturally to me as breathing. You don't have to get so angry. Shoriko tends to take things too seriously. Well, it should be about time for the meeting. Let's head to the club room. Are you okay, Nanomi? Yes, I just think she's hiding something. It's okay, though. Everyone has at least one secret they hold close. We should go too, Sensei. We can't keep everyone waiting. Awkward. Guys, this is bad. Look at this. It's a land registration map of the district. Huh? Why is everyone so tense? Did something happen? Okay. Anyway, more importantly, we've just learned something very serious. Yes, it's urgent. Everyone, please take a look at this. What is this? A map? This is a property map for the Abydos district, which includes a record of all the most recent transactions. Huh? You mean this document confirms who owns the land? Everyone knows that Abydos land belongs to the school, so what's the point of showing us this? No, just listen. When we visited the hospital this morning, Master explained everything. Most of the buildings in the Abydos district, including the Shibaseki ramen shop, are not owned by our school. What? What are you talking about, Ayane? The Abydos district doesn't belong to Abydos? Then... this is... the current owner is... Kaiser Construction. How did you guys not hear about this? You're the ones basically running the fucking school. No wonder things are fucking falling out from under you. You're all inept. What? To be honest, I skipped the entirety of Volume 1 and 2, just watched the summary. I mean, if it makes it go faster, I might, like, just read it without reading it out loud, because I can read really, really fast, as long as I'm not reading out loud, so maybe that's what I should do? You guys need to let me know on whether you actually would prefer that or not. Only 5 students, and they're busy paying debt? If you're busy paying debt, then you should know when someone pays the school for property, because that's money in your pocket. This is how business works. You make money because someone bought something from you, and then the money goes towards the debt. Volume 1 is required for Volume 3. Well, I mean, yeah, I would definitely still read the volumes. It's just, I could just read silently and blow through this really quickly and still actually understand everything. Just reading out loud is what I feel like would be more fun for, like, you guys. But, you know. You don't have to read it out loud if you like. I mean, I enjoy reading it out loud. It's just that if it would be preferable to get to Volume 3... because again, I'm only giving this a month. So far, it hasn't gripped me. Like, gameplay is not my thing. Story hasn't really gripped me yet. But if Volume 3 is where you guys say that's where I should try to get to by the end of the month, then it might be preferable to just read it silently and like go through it and just comment on it here and there. But again, I want it to be entertaining for you guys. Kaiser Construction? You mean the Kaiser Corporation? The Abydos district belongs to Kaiser? Does that include the Shibaseki ramen shop? Yes, they literally have said that like 3 times already. Yes, the building already belongs to the Kaiser Corporation. The eviction order was issued some time ago. We literally learned this already. That's what we were told. So, Master decided to close the shop. He said it was bound to happen eventually. What? No! Not the ramen shop! You could read it silently until you get to anything that catches your attention or something you want to comment on. I'll consider it. Maybe we do that after we finish, like, this chapter. Not only that, but the main building of Abydos, along with the surrounding desert and wilderness, and even the buildings that nature has not reclaimed yet, almost everything already belongs to them. The only areas that they don't have control over are the main building of the school and the parts of the surrounding area. But how is this possible? How could the land in the Academy District have been traded away? Who would do such a thing? It must have been the Abydos Student Council. The Student Council has voting rights on school assets. Only the Student Council would be authorized to do this. She's right. The transaction was led by the Abydos' previous Student Council. But the Abydos Student Council has been gone for 2 years. Yes, no further deals have come to light since the Student Council disappeared. I see. It's 2 years ago. What have they done, these idiot Student Council members? How could they sell the school's land to the Kaiser Corporation? The school belongs to the students. Why would they do something like this? So what happens when a student graduates? Like, if the students, like, collaboratively own everything, then when they graduate, do they just lose ownership? How does... Huh? This is huge! We had no idea that happened! The district belongs to the school. That's common knowledge. So we were only concerned about the school's debt, not the school's assets. If only I had known sooner. Even if you had known, there's nothing we could have done. This happened before you entered the school, before the foreclosure task force had even been formed. Hoshino, did you know anything about this? Oh, right! You used to be part of the Abydos Student Council, didn't you? Oh, really? Is that true? Yes, in fact, she was vice president of the last Student Council. Oh, well, that's true, but I never met the upperclassmen from 2 years ago. By the time I joined the Student Council, all the former members had already resigned. The number of enrolled students was single digits. There was no faculty members, and classes had been suspended for a long time. The Student Council room was like an empty warehouse, and none of the previous members had left any documents. It was a time when the school building was moved several times to avoid the desertification. The last Student Council was only the new student president and me. The president was an idiot with the lowest grade... How does that make fucking sense? Lowest grade in schools and accepted the position blindly, and I was an ill-tempered first year. How do you have the lowest grades and get the student president? Eh? From what we know, they just take up higher positions. There's one student in another school that became a kindergarten teacher while still being a student, so council members get rotated most likely. How does that make sense? Became a teacher, but was also still a... I mean, I guess you can technically be a teacher at a high school or something while still being, like, a college student. So is that what it is? Is it like they go to college, technically? Like, they're now students at a college? The prequel of Abydos is pretty interesting. Okay. Yeah, there's just, it feels like there's a lot that I just don't understand, and it's not explained, and right now all I can think of is like real life schooling systems, and they just don't match up at all. Like, there's nothing similar about what they're talking about outside of the terminology being used. But the terminology being used, because that's the same, it's confusing as all hell. There's students who are 19 plus upwards, like everyone... So, are those considered adults? Because so far they have been talking about adults as if the adults are like a different species. I can't tell. So can you be a student and an adult at the same time? Ugh, everything was a mess. There is only sensei in this world. In Blue Archive terms, they wouldn't be counted as adult, but you'll see further on. Okay. Yeah, I'm very confused right now. Like, I am so lost because I'm trying to, like, connect this with real world stuff. And so far, it's so, like, completely fictional and completely different that anything I assume is wrong. Like, I literally can't connect the dots. There's no baseline for me to utilize as, like, a standing point here. School is more like a faction more than a place of to really study. I've come to that conclusion as well, yeah. But then, like, these kids literally are just learning. Like, how do they learn anything? Ugh. It's so confusing. This world just doesn't make any sense so far. Like, and like, this is just a city. What's outside of the city? We still have, like, I know there's, like, supposedly other countries, but we haven't really heard anything about them yet. And you're from out of the country, but, like, they haven't gone into depth on that either. They have gun. Yes, they all have gun. That much is true. I'm like, why do they have halos? They haven't explained that either yet. And are the different species just there? Like, we literally have a dog person as the only other, like, adult that we've really seen in the, like, in the area. It's kind of been like, there's, like, no people except for a couple, and the couple of people that, like, we know that they, like, the students have homes. Do they have parents? Or are they literally, like, angelic beings who just spawned from nothing? Like, what the hell? Only the students have halos. Yes, I figured that part out. Each academy has specific subjects they study, like the Millennium Science School all study engineering or IT. Okay. They learn by using activity reports, BD discs, books, like how we upgrade student in story. They mention that sensei teaching student directly is old way of teaching. Old way of teaching. Old way of teaching. Do they just upload the information directly into their brains? Like, they have this, like, weird, like, it seems like they have, like, super technology, but then they're just using, like, normal functional tablets as, like, your main, like, communication method. Only they also are, like, the tablets are, like, a super advanced technology from another era. Or, like, but then, like, they have, like, all this other, like, crazy communication tech, but... And then they use, like, just normal explosives. Sensei is extremely particular. They all self-learn with Blu-rays. Blu-rays? You mean like the disc? Like, that we have here in real life? Just those kinds of Blu-rays? They learn like Operator and Arknights. Watch battle logs to level up. Yeah, but in Arknights, you watch battle logs to specifically teach characters combat strategy and like how to perform. Here, these students seemingly are both combat experts, but are also managing a form of government. And when you're managing a form of government, you need to understand like infrastructure, engineering, science, law school. There's so much more that goes on there, and all the training seems to be just for combat. Where do all of the normal people learn? We have adults. Where do they learn? How did the Shiba learn business? Because if there's not a school that the Shiba goes to, where does he learn that? So they just watch YouTube all day, essentially. Like, they put in Blu-rays and they're like, yes, we're gonna watch this video for the rest of the day. That's all we do. That's our day. We don't need to apply ourselves. There's no research needed. There's no application. There's no testing. Technically not supposed to be their school's leaders. They're just the only ones left. Everyone else does have the knowledge to lead their specific councils. Is there any other adults? I mean, we've seen at least 2 business people, one of which is a weird foghead man, and the other one of which was a weird robot man. There's technically the bank rep, who is also a robot man, so maybe they don't count. Maybe they're not adults. Maybe they're alien and robot people. There's you, who's obviously an adult, apparently, though you don't act like one. You act more like a teenager. I mean, again, we've seen students who are, like, adult-aged, but they don't call themselves adults. So what are adults, then? It's like they're a completely different species? Is the Shiba not an adult? Volume 1 will explain some of the stuff with adults. Okay. There are thousands of schools. Maybe Shiba goes to school, too. I like how, you know, like, Ken and Patam are both, like, giving me some serious answers. And then you've got, I'm going to mess up your name, I'm sorry, but Nugeniguai. Oh, you just have Guy in your name. I'm going to call you Guy. You have Guy in there who's just like, this story is shit at the beginning. Ugh. The dichotomy of man is so good. Alright. Well, if Act 1 does explain some of the adult stuff, I will actually have to at least read that and get there. Most of the lore does come from later chapters, to be fair, so Guy does have a point. Okay. Alright. Fair enough. Nah, it's shit at the end too. Probably EOS tomorrow. I like how, Guy, you just have the same joke for everything. Call me Nugan? Is it Nugan? Nguyen? Guin? Nguyen? I need you to type out how you pronounce your name. Like type it out phonetically for me. Because I have no idea how to put the G after the N. I'm a stupid American. I apologize. Nguyen. I'm gonna go with Nguyen. Just assume the G is silent. Yeah, I've seen him say that infield is EOS tomorrow all the time too. It's quite funny in Pix's chat. It's pretty great. I don't even know how to pronounce it in English. All right, good. We're just gonna say Nguyen. That's what I'm sticking with. Also, good to have you here, Nguyen. Thanks for joining. Same to you, Patam and Ken. Love that we got all 3 of you here. It's a good time. The student with the lowest grades was the student body president. What kind of student council is that? I was saying the same thing. Grades don't indicate whether someone is suited for a job, Serica. I mean, but kinda, that's what they're supposed to indicate? Your grades aren't that great either. I know that. Why are you bringing up my grades all of a sudden? I'm just saying. So, like, who grades the tests to get them their grades? Like, who does that? If there's only one sensei, who's giving them the grades? There are seemingly few adult graduate in the story. Some villain is confirmed adult and graduated, and the students are holding the authority across Kavotos. Other adults are furry NPCs. Volume 3 explains more about the school stuff. There's a theory that says that graduated students left Kavotos. Okay. No, she's right. We may have called it a student council, but we were so incompetent. I ended up joining the student council by accident. I was pretty aimless back then. I have no idea what I was doing. I was a total idiot. Hoshino, you shouldn't blame yourself. In fact, after the student council was disbanded, it was only thanks to you that the foreclosure task force was established in Abydos. Eh? You may be lazy, but you're always the first to take initiative when it really matters. Yeah, when Serika went missing, you were the first to ask Sensei for help. Is that right? I don't remember. I'm gonna say yes, it's true, because maybe? Oh, really? Well, you may be a no-hoper, but you're also someone I can respect. I'm not sure if that's a compliment. What is this? What's come over you, Shoriko? Hearing you say that makes me feel so embarrassed. Well, I just wanted to say it. Eh? Why do you think the former student council sold the land to Kaiser? Kaiba? Sold the land to Kaiba? Obviously, they were in cahoots with Kaiba. No, I don't think so. Oh, I don't know those upperclassmen very well, but I'm sure they worked hard for the benefit of the school. Perhaps they did it to pay off the debt. The debt? Yes, that's what I think too. Even back then, the school's debt was enormous. But since it was sold at such a low price, forget the principal. They couldn't even keep up with the increasing interest. So they kept selling land. What? That's so weird. They manipulated them into giving up the land. Yeah. Oh, what do you mean? What do you mean, are you educated at all? This is obvious! Abydos was caught in a dirty trap. Huh? Oh, I see. It was Kaiba that lent the money to Abydos. That means Kaiba loans lent the school more money than they could ever repay, forcing them to sell the land to keep up with the rising interest. Yes, at first they must have told them to sell the useless lands in the wasteland and desert. The land had already been ruined, so anyone would have been tempted by such an offer. But because they sold it at such a low price, the debt never decreased, and they kept handing over more and more land. Stupid. And so the Abydos district slowly became the property of Kaiba. Yes, that must be how it happened. Then, the reason they lent money to Abydos in the first place was so they could take the land. Is a trap they've been preparing for a long time, maybe even decades. It was all a massive conspiracy. I can't believe it. They played right into the hands of those Kaiba bastards. The student council was so stupid. How could they fall into their trap so easily? You've got it all wrong. Sensei, the ones who tricked them are the villains. Don't blame the victims. No. In this case, we blame the victims. They were stupid, and the government system in place is stupid for allowing uneducated little kids to be in charge of such a massively important thing as district property. What the fuck? Ugh. I know that I've bought sketchy stuff like germanium bracelets. I know better than anyone that the con artists are the bad guys. I mean, yeah, the con artists suck too, but you're just fucking stupid and uneducated and should learn from your mistakes and should not be in charge of anything while you learn from those mistakes. This is why we have school and why kids are not in charge of anything. I still feel so angry. Why? Why would they do something so cruel? We were already struggling. Because it's profitable to to take advantage of a government system that doesn't work. This is why you have companies in the real world that will go to third world countries that don't know what they're doing and don't have experience with any of this form of hyper-capitalist monstrosity And they will take advantage of that lack of understanding in order to make more money. Erica. When people are suffering, they become desperate. And desperate people will do anything to alleviate their suffering. I mean, yeah. Yeah, that's just true. Just quoting someone else. That's all there is to it, Serica. The school's debt, the situation in Abydos, and the clues we found with Sensei. It's all coming together. It's all coming together! Like an idiot sandwich. I'm quoting someone there too. Haha. After the student council disappeared, the Kaiser Corporation had no way to purchase more land. This school was the last piece they didn't own, so they hired gangs to harass us. In the end, what the Kaiser Corporation wanted wasn't money, but land. Well, yeah, because land, unlike money, actually doesn't depreciate. Land usually only goes up in value over time. So it's more profitable to buy land and keep that as an actual, like, stock that continues increasing, rather than just having money in the bank. Like, money in the bank requires you to make actions and loan it in order to grow it, where if you own land, that just grows in profit over time. Kronk and Ramsey collab? I'd watch that. I'd watch Kronk pulling a lever just so that Gordon Ramsay can make his sandwich. But why do they want... I just said why they wanted land. The Abydos district is nothing but wilderness and sandblasted ruins. Yeah, but you can clean up the sand. You can actually make a lot of uses from sand. You can create industry out of that, actually, entirely. And you can also build stuff underneath the sand and use the sand to cover up other buildings. And, like, you could have a headquarters underneath the sand, hiding the fact that you are running a, like, black market business. There's a lot of things you can do with sandblasted ruins and wilderness. It's still land that has uses. I don't know, I haven't the slightest clue what could be gained by taking that. Sensei. I literally just read this a moment ago. I'm assuming this came out later, so they had to, like, recap it for people who had been reading it at the time. In the abandoned desert, Kaiba is up to something. Plant weeds equals profit. Not just any weeds. You gotta plant the kush, the good weed. That's what makes you the real money. And yes, actually, it's funny you bring that up because, yeah, actually, one of the biggest crime syndicates in the world, in real life, specifically grew weed in, they actually had, like, the shipping containers that they would bury in the desert, and that's actually how they kept it hidden from authorities for a really long time. Sandweeds. Some of the recaps do actually exist because of how the chapters release. Yeah, okay, I figured as much. Yeah, it makes sense. It's a little annoying when you read it like this, because I'm like, I just read that 5 minutes ago. But it makes sense. Why would the Gehenna prefect? Why would she tell you that, Sensei? Come on! What is there to think about? The Abydos Desert is in our district. Why don't we just go check it out? If you're so curious about what's out there, then let's go see for ourselves. Wow, Serica. Wow, Serica. You actually had a good idea for once. You've grown so much. I'm so proud of you. Hey, what is this feeling? Is this what it's like to be supported? Yes, Serica is right. Oh, let's just go right now. Fuck it. We have 5 super-powered young girls with apparently an enormous amount of ammunition and supplies that I provide somehow. I don't know where I get it from. I just pull it out of my ass, I guess. you have a moment before we leave? I have something I need to talk to you about. Holy cringy? Well, I actually unfortunately missed what the holy cringy was for or about. Here. Take the piece of paper from Shuriko. I found it in Hoshino's bag. You're just peeking on other people's stuff? Letter of resignation. Takanashi Hoshino, Foreclosure Task Force. With the letter of resignation from the Foreclosure Task Force. I didn't tell anyone about this, but I'm sure Hoshino knows I went through her bag. Why, yeah. She's never been away as long as she was when the prefect came attacked yesterday. I just couldn't understand why she would do that, so I went through her bag and found this. I'm sorry, I deserve to be scolded. I know that something's not a crime just because I don't understand it. Keep it a secret. Okay, Hoshino. I think she's hiding something from us. Into the desert. We've been able to ride the train this far, but you'll have to walk from here. Beyond this point lies the Abydos Desert, a land that has always been barren even before the sand spread. There are usually broken drones, security robots, and automata prowling around, so it's a pretty dangerous place. We're out of options. Everyone, please get your weapons ready. The intel we received about Kaiser Kaiba doing something in the Abydos Desert, if we want to confirm whether it's true or not, we have no choice but to go out there ourselves. By the way, Ayami, isn't it weird that the Gehenna Ped Prefect is the one who gave us that info? How does a student from another academy know so much about what's going on in our district? It's probably because the Gehenna Prefect team is very good at collecting info, so they'd naturally know a lot more than a small academy like us. This is the head so. Yes, the head prefect especially. Remember that what the senior administrator said? She was like the lead of the... in another academy's district. Back then the administrator said it was near another academy's district. Not inside the district, but near it. Really? There have been some unfortunate incidents, but nothing illegal yet. I hope you understand the urgency of the situation. Nothing illegal. That could mean they might not have known the full details. Maybe they didn't intend to trespass after all. I disagree. The prefect team attacked first with clear motivations to invade. It doesn't matter if it was in the Abydos district or not. And what Akko did after that was clearly a hostile act. That alone is enough. Yes, you could be right, but... Abydos end of service right now? True! True! They're literally going EOS right now! At the very least, the senior administrator seems to know something we didn't. So if the Gehenna head prefect had information that we don't have, there's nothing weird about that. Well, we'll know for sure once we see it with our own eyes. Let's keep going. Alright, time to fight robots, apparently. Hey, these aren't robots. What the fuck? I was expecting robots. I was expecting something cool. But these are just more of the same random girls that we've been fighting constantly. Alright, I want to get this over with faster. They survived EOS better than anything else. This didn't even have a story to follow that up with. They were just like, nope, no more story. We're done. We'll be walking in the desert from here on out. I've been as far as the sand-covered city, but this is my first time coming this far. Well, it's been a while since I was last here. You've been here before? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. It's the Waluigi. Oh, yeah. I've been here a few times before for student council missions. If you go a little farther from here, you'll find the oasis where the Abydos Oasis Festival was held. What? An oasis? In a place like this? Well, it's all dried up now. They say that it was once bigger than most lakes and deep enough for boating. I've never seen it myself, though. Alright, I'm gonna call it now. The Kaiba Corporation actively drained the lake and caused the desert to form in the first place. Just making that theory right now. The Oasis Festival, I've heard of it. It was the greatest festival in Abydos, and it would attract tons of people. Yeah, students from other academies would even come just to see it, but that was decades before the desert moved in. Festivals and crowds in a desert like this, I don't believe it. They end of service to the lake. Oh god! It's all a conspiracy! I heard that it used to be a nice place to live. There wasn't so much sand or dust back then. We still have a little ways to go before we reach the sector mentioned by the Gehenna head prefect, but I don't know what to expect from this place. For now, stay alert as you move forward. Hey, we actually got some robots. Let's go. This game gonna EOS in 67 minutes. 67? 60. I'm gonna. Ah! Saint Tontas was here? He better not have been. I'll ban him immediately. I don't want that shit in here. Get him out. To be fair, the auto battle is like the big thing. That's legitimately the biggest thing that I have not enjoyed about it. I actually wish the combat was a bit more interactive. It's legitimately like kind of really boring so far. Broken drones and automata. Strange that these things keep showing up here. Wait, I'm picking up something straight ahead. I can't see well because of all the dust. A huge town? No. A factory? No. A garrison? Whatever it is, it's massive and fully manned. What? Ayane, are you sure? There's nothing here but a dried up oasis. You just got close enough to see it. Keep going. What is this? Barbed wire and facilities that look like they go on for kilometers.
Factory? I don't think it's an oil rig. What the heck is this?
This definitely wasn't here before.
Yeah, whoa, what?
Intruders! Capture them! Don't let them get away! Okay, at first I thought they were just like people in suits, but no, those are like robotic joints. These are definitely robots. Unidentified troops dead ahead. Well, I don't know who they are, but if they're here to welcome us, we ought to respond in kind. Let's go! The raids are the most involved content, especially when you do it free to play. But the stage gameplay only gets harder once they throw more enemy types at you, like mystic armor. Gotcha. Yeah, we've only really seen the regular health bars and the armored. But even then, like, the problem with the entire system is that it's like honestly very basic. You just use the same color against the same color, and that's it. That's the gameplay. Like, you build a team that is just that has the fucking matching type, and that's the gameplay as far as I've been able to tell so far. It's not even rock, paper, scissors. If it was rock, paper, scissors, you would have some component of something that they're using being effective against something that you're using, but that's not happening here. It's just a one-sided battle. It's, I bring rock to beat your rock. You bring scissors to beat my scissors. That's it. That's the entirety of the gameplay, like, concept there. Now, I know there's, like, abilities and buffs and, like, other synergies that you need to be able to, like, probably team build around when you get more units and when stuff actually gets difficult enough to make that worth it. And I'm definitely not far enough to see any of that. But the actual, like, the mechanics are pretty simple. It's, you do more damage if you match the color. They eventually melt you if the student's armor is weak to the enemy's damage types, but none of that is in Volume 1. I mean, yeah. Yeah, I'm assuming that you have to do the same thing, where you have to make sure that your armor type is, you know, strong too. But again, it's just, it's so simple. There's no, like, complicated measure of, like, oh, you know, armor takes double damage from this effect, but hey, there's this other effect over here that can multiply that damage amount if you, like, synergize it with, like, this other, like, there's no, I don't see a lot of synergy happening here. There's not a lot of synergy play. Again, maybe I'm just not seeing it. Maybe there's characters that buff each other that, like, come up later, but it doesn't seem relevant so far. The raids will have different mechanics per boss that require owning specific units. Okay. Okay. So there are synergies tied into the characters, so build crafting at least is something. Is there ever any, like, skills or mechanics that require me to do more than just click the screen once to fire off a skill and just let it auto battle from there? Is there ever, like, oh, I gotta, like, place, like, cover, I gotta, like, repair stuff, or maybe I have to have a unit that, like, actively is, like, flanking enemies or anything like that? Any actual strategy at play, or is it just you know, fire the buttons in the specific sequence so that I do min-max, like, the maximum amount of damage possible. You need to click 4 times. See, that's what I'm worried about. It doesn't sound very interactive. Tech. There's a raid where you need to use a student who can reposition the team and later damage windows require buff stacking during windows, etc. Okay, so it's like Fate Go, then. I know Fate Go's turn-based, so it's not quite the same thing, but in Fate Grand Order, most of the like difficult in-game battles was just by basically buff stacking. You activated your skills in such a way that you could buff your stats as much as possible for your biggest damage moves. You wanted to line up like the maximum amount of damage you could do with whatever card slots you had at the time. And yeah, that got so boring. So boring. Ugh, who are these guys? I'm not that strong, but they're definitely a pain to deal with. More than anything I've ever faced before. Are you sure about that? They didn't seem that strong. They didn't seem that strong. Maybe even more than the prefect team. Maybe a little bit more than the prefect. The prefect team kind of went down like a bunch of chumps. What are these people? And what are they doing here? I found the facility's insignia. It's Kaiba Corporation. Literally, it says Kaiba Impe. Oh my god. Ugh. Protecting resort from missiles. That one sounds interesting. Okay. Okay. Kaiba? You mean these guys are also with the Kaiba Corporation? Yes. They're not listed, but they're a subsidiary of the Kaiba Corporation. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. It's Kaiba this and Kaiba... That's what I'm saying. It's all Kaiba. You gotta go find Kaiba and fucking kill him. What the heck is their deal? But PMC means private military contractor, yes. I mean, contractor company, close enough. They're not like those thugs in the Helmet Gang. They're super organized, just like an army. You mean they're not students? Wait, are the students not an army? The students feel like they're armies. Okay. There are rumors about a company recruiting dropouts, expelled students, and troublemakers into a private army. An alarm? It's coming from every direction. This is not good. Helicopters. And that rumbling must be from tanks. There's a huge army approaching. They're trying to surround you. Tanks, armored vehicles, and even helicopters. They're pulling out all the stops. Everyone, this is dangerous. Retreat before you're surrounded. You need to break through the siege and escape. Sensei, awaiting your orders. The fact that you can just have, like, 4 of these, like, random girls, plus one guy who basically provides ammo and gives direction, and that can somehow take on an entire private military company that's, like, an organized group like this? Like... how do private military companies even fucking exist if you just have, like, girls who can just annihilate them like this? Yeah, the prefect team is Gehenna's army. So why does army not... like, army and student are apparently not synonymous? But they made it sound like it should have been synonymous. I don't know. The way the writing was done just was confusing to me. I like how they've just not had any after combat story to tell whatsoever. It's all been just been completely missing. The Abydo students are strong. Strong enough to take on an entire other, like, supposedly stronger school's effective military and a private military corporation? Yeah? That doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm gonna be honest. It just doesn't. There's just no end to this. Can you hear me? We broke through the siege, but their communications are unstable. Hurry and retreat. Someone's coming. Well, yeah, a bunch of dudes. We're screwed. You've literally been murdering them in the hundreds. What do you mean you're screwed? Oh, it's the robot director man. I was wondering who the intruders could be, and there you are, Abydos. It looked like someone important just showed up. Hey, I didn't think you would come here. Well, it doesn't matter either way. So with the president gone, that means the debt falls on you, Vice President Takanashi Hoshino. Or would you rather hear my offer? You've damaged a business by illegally breaking into his private property. I could leverage this transgression to double the debt your school owes, but honestly, that wouldn't change anything. You're the one from... are you the student council president that Matria was after? Oh, you're the vice president. Anyway. Yes, I have an interesting idea. It'll be much better than using Problem Solver or the Helmet Gang. What are you talking about? Problems? The fucking... Catch up, girl! You fucking... dimwit. You don't know who I am. Now that's disappointing. Abydo students of all people should know me better than anyone. I'm an executive. Just an executive? You're not like the CEO? You're not even an important person? You're just some fucking guy? What kind of leverage do you have? We should just fucking shoot you in the face. What the fuck? There's nothing stopping us. And more importantly, I own the debt your school owes. In other words, I'm your credit. Then let's fucking murder your ass. There's no reason that we should give a shit, especially when you're just a fucking robot. We're in the middle of the fucking desert. We could kill your ass, and it wouldn't even be on public record. Why are we having this discussion? Just murder him. Think of it like the regular students are like somebody who did mandatory military service, while some are specifically just military. Okay. So, small detail about me. I have done military service. Not a lot, and it was only ever for the reserves. But if you have been in military service, you get a lot of training. It is not as simple as, hey, just because you're like a regular in the military, that means you are significantly better at everything than someone who just did some time in the military as a mandatory, like as mandatory service or whatever. You get the same training. You might have better expertise in specific fields. You might have more field expertise because you're experienced and you've been doing it for years. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the people who just did it because it was required and then retired, it doesn't mean that those people don't know about it. Full-time military combatants. So there's wars happening in this world right now? Because they haven't mentioned any wars. There's been no mention of that. There's just a bunch of private military contractors and like all these schools that are like have their own militaries. But there's no conflict outside of like the very schools that are training all of these things, causing like people to quit, and then you have to go and deal with them like they're petty criminals. Which tells me that the schools and the government organizations that are running this place are the problem. The government that they have set up is actively dysfunctional and is creating all the problems that this city has. It is a fucking loop of we solve the crime by creating the crime. Yeah, they're arch nemesises. Does that mean they're at war, technically? Like, are they actively having to deploy large military deployments to each other to fight a war? Is that what's happening? How is that? How is the rest of the city not actively going, hey, we gotta stop this? That's like, oh, hey, in the United States, you have Virginia, and Virginia decides we're gonna go fight Florida. The United States government wouldn't just let the two states actively just fight each other like that. They're not just going to have that ability because that creates disjointment in the union, and then the government falls out of favor. The economy, the national economy that keeps everything working, that would collapse. We saw this in the Civil War. The Civil War created an economic collapse, and it is what caused the South to literally crumble from itself. They couldn't maintain their military force because they relied on the national trade from the North in order to actually profit. So when they tried to split from the Union, they lost all of that ability to sustain themselves. Yeah, the General Student Council president, who is missing. Ah, yes, the President of the United States should solve this. Yeah, no, it's not just one person's job. You should have a president, you should have multiple other bodies of government that should also be actively watching this and actively trying to take action. The fact that this is a thing that happens in this one city that is supposed to be a unified nation is insanity and is completely dysfunctional. How are other nations in this world not actively going, hey, we should go and like do something about this? Unless if the students are legitimately like only found in this one country, and the fact that they're as strong as they are, capable of tanking tank shells to the face, maybe that's it. Maybe the students are like unique to this city, to what is it, Kovotos? Maybe the students are unique to that, and the students are like some sort of super weapon that is designed to prevent other nations from getting involved. If that's the case, then I could see it, but it's still very strange. How can Casdale, Victoria, Dublin maintain their force? I mean, Casdale actively loses their forces all the time. The city collapses because when Casdale gets too chaotic and the fighting between themselves and being contracted out as PMCs to other nations, when that gets out of control, that's when other nations come in and destroy Casdale. That's why Casdale has been destroyed multiple times. The rest of the world goes, hey, that's bullshit, and we need to deal with it. And so they do. Victoria and Dublin, admittedly, that is like the Irish and the British actively not liking each other, and they will go to war. But when that happens, it's usually very rare, and when it happens, one side gets fucking demolished, and they take like years sometimes hundreds of years to be able to recoup that loss and be able to do it again, if they even want to do it again. A lot of the time, they don't even want to do it again. And when they do it again, it's usually with a completely new method of going about it, because trying to go to war one-on-one is not viable. Students only exist in Kavotos as far as we know, but there is a world outside. I mean, when they were in Londinium. Well, they were invited into Londinium because the throne was abdicated. More so, you know, there was political turmoil and they overthrew the king. Dukes actively caused that problem, which, to be fair, this is the Victorian government system sucks ass. It's fucking awful. The only reason Victoria has managed to stay as strong as they are is because of their engineering and technology. And honestly, that's the reason why Victoria has, like, almost fallen, because the Dukes actively were creating, they were actively doing a coup. They were actually partaking in a coup. They were then fighting amongst themselves. The Sarkaz were invited in to effectively give one Duke, like, the ability to rely on them, and the Sarkaz took advantage of that in order to then, you know, literally prey upon the civilians. And the only reason the other dukes didn't immediately jump in is because Londinium had a huge amount of protection, and they had the doctor backing them by providing the shard. The entire point of that war was Theresis doing a Hail Mary and making the Sarkaz advance with destroying Victoria, then losing there without our interference would have nuked Kasdal once again. Yes, exactly. What Theresis knew that the moment that his plan reached fruition, all the Sarkaz that were in Londinium were basically dead. Like, he knew that, and he committed to it because he believed that Theris' plan was worth pursuing, regardless of the loss of life. So yes, that does add to that as well. Now, admittedly, with Arknights, we're talking about stuff that wasn't revealed until very late in the story. But yeah, just like it's a matter of, like, in Arknights, at least the world building at the very beginning of the story of Arknights made sense. I understood what the catastrophes were. I understood that we had a terrorist organization. There was an entire city that was annexed by that terrorist organization because the country that, like, Ursus was both not prepared for it, basically were willing to give it up because it was already a failing city economically, and the catastrophe that it was literally in the middle of made it so they didn't want to send a whole bunch of soldiers into Chernobog. So, like, all of that was believable, and by the time they got out of the catastrophe, Ursus basically was like, oh, this city is basically pointless to us. But then on top of that, there was also the fact that they were still declaring themselves as an Ursus city, so Ursus didn't really have a reason to go after them right away. And that's why you had Lungmen having to deal with that situation, because if Lungmen went after them, it would have caused the political fallout of Ursus, like, basically going, oh, you attacked one of our cities, we can start a war over that. And for Ursus, a war is good, because war allows them to not only gain the profit of all of the military contractors that work for them, but it also allows them to kind of prune a lot of the dead weight of their military. Yeah, BA is for sure a more fantastical-esque world. Yeah, I mean, I get that, but, like, the problem is it's a fantastical world that's using a lot of modern world terminology that confuses the fuck out of me. And the fantastical elements are just super confusing and just not being explained early enough, which is making me just sort of... I bet most of you have heard this, but there's a term in creative writing called suspension of disbelief. You have to have a story be written in such a way that you can suspend, like, there are elements that you can suspend your disbelief to, but you have to have believable parts, things that make sense and things that, like, build up to the parts that are not believable, so that those unbelievable parts actually can make sense to the person reading. If you don't have any of that buildup, if your buildup is all over the place, and you're telling a story that meanders and doesn't actually construct the world building, then you're just going to lose people, like myself. I rely on the world building to keep my interest and to suspend my disbelief. This has not done that. This has actively avoided giving me actual world building. I was asking, how can Casdell, Victoria, Dublin maintain their economy when all three were actively fighting in one city? They were not. The economy was going to shit. That was actively mentioned. The areas around Londinium, outside of Londinium, there was still trade occurring between all of the other dukes. So they were able to maintain the economy of their regions. But Londinium was falling to shit. The only reason it was being maintained was because essentially the Sarkaz were forcing slave labor, like, on all of the engineers and workers, all the factory workers that were there. That was the only way that the city was being maintained. Food production was noticeably low. They actively talked about, like, how incoming food supply was hard to keep up. That was directly mentioned. So no, in terms of economy, Londinium's economy was turned to shit because of what happened. And even Dublin. Dublin also had a lot of refugees because they couldn't maintain their economy, and and as such, they couldn't maintain proper supplies to maintain their areas. So a lot of Dublin people just left. They were going to other parts, other regions, other countries even. Yeah, that's all mentioned. Go read, I believe it was chapters, honestly, chapters 12 through 13, 12 and 13, I think some of 11 had it too. You have the Firelight casts. Is it Firelight cast? Firelight cast, I think. That's the one with where Reed shows up in the story, I believe, for the first time. After chapter 9. But that's the one where, like, they really go into it quite a bit. The whole reason why Reunion was in that area was not just because they were following Rhodes Island. It was also because there was a lot of refugees that they could, like, Rhodes Island, or Reunion was actively picking up a whole bunch of refugees that they were just finding as they were moving through Victoria. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting off track. I'm talking way too much about Arknights. But again, it's just world building feels lacking here, especially for a volume 1. Like, this should be the part of the story where they are giving me exposition and giving me world building, just like constructing the world so that we can learn about it. I still haven't seen a fucking map of the city. Where's that? There's just a lot of just missing information here. President, how much longer do we have to keep writing? You're only on page 200. Weren't you the one who said you'd fill out 1,000? It was just an expression. I didn't think you'd actually expect me to write 1,000 pages. No more talking. Okay, I'll continue. By the way, about Hoshino from Abydos, do you know about her? No, that was my first time seeing her in person. I see. You sounded like you knew her pretty well. Takanashi Hoshino. She's a super elite student who's been praised as a genius. 2 years ago, the Intelligence Committee identified her as a potential threat to Gehenna. Really? She didn't look like that kind of person at all. Technically, we only have the Arknights map through Annihilation in the early years. We have the Arknights map from the Annihilation, but they also provided us maps outside of the game too. Like, you had all of the trailers and stuff that did give us maps. And even when you're just, like, in the story, there's multiple CGs that show, like, the cities. They show, like, sectors and, like, where cities are adjacent to each other. We do get a pretty decent amount of stuff early on, especially if you're looking outside the game, which I know you shouldn't necessarily say that you have to look outside of the game for everything, but in these gacha games, I kind of consider stuff outside of the game often part of it. And maybe Blue Archive had that stuff. I haven't seen it. I have looked at Blue Archive stuff before, but I've never seen anything like that. Like, I see some stuff, like, in the background here with, like, you know, there's, like, these road lines and stuff, but that doesn't give me anything. It's kind of meaningless from what I can see here. Seems really laid back. You mustn't judge people by their looks, Akko. But she's completely different from the way she was 2 years ago. She used to be much more belligerent and violent. She seemed very tough and sharp. Well, anyway. If we had fought her as she was then, the prefect team would have been decimated by your hasty actions, Akko. And with Shale there, the damage could have been even worse. But the intro was solid. We analyzed everything. That's because they stopped operating for an extended period. It's such a tiny school that the Intelligence Committee must have decided that they were no longer a threat. If you want more details, Akko, you'll have to dig through the old files of the Intelligence Committee. So you never left Abydos after all, Takanashi Hoshino. Why? So they do age. That much has been confirmed at least. Abydos Creditor is from the Kaiba Corp. We knew this! They're repeating stuff way too often. I suppose I should properly introduce myself. I am an executive at the Kaiba Corporation, Kaiba Loans, and Kaiba Construction. Right now I'm also the CEO. Oh, so you are a CEO. Okay. Although if it's a subsidiary, subsidiaries usually aren't called CEOs. That would usually be called a CIO. Well, yeah. It would be a C something O, usually. There's a 5-minute video on YouTube explaining how Blue Archive adopted different storytelling strategy called anti-lore world building, where they keep the world building very minimal and focuses more on character story. See, the anti-lore stuff, like, I've seen that done. I've seen, and I think, honestly, the focusing more on character story instead of world building, my girlfriend actually enjoys some things that are very much like that. Where she just cares more about the characters than she does about the world. I'm not like that. I find that very off-putting. Characters almost never mean much to me if the world itself doesn't grab me. The world is more important to me than any character, any single character ever is. If the world is boring, the characters might as well not exist. I just don't find myself gravitated towards characters usually. It has to be a cohesive world with, like, just interesting lore to it in order for me to be really grabbed. The anti-lore thing is only partially true because the later volumes do give more lore. Okay. It's just weird. Weird. Anyway, I feel like I'm shitting on it too much. Again, I want to actually get through this. So I should probably focus on actually reading for a little bit. You've said enough. We know you're the one that exploited our school. Huh? That's right. You're the culprit who hired the Helmet Gang and Problem Solver to come after us, aren't you? You're the reason that Abydos is such spurious allegations. You break into private property, assault my innocent PMC employees, destroy our facilities, and then blame me for it? Now that's comedy. Let me make this clear. This is the legal place of operations of Kaiser PMC, and you are trespassing on private property. Alright, Abydos District. Sure, we bought the land. Every step of that transaction was legitimate. We have the ledgers and records to prove it. I find it highly substantial that you're acting as if we're committing a crime. Curious about what we're doing here, about why we brought your precious land? Fine, I'll tell you. We're searching for the treasure buried somewhere in Abydos. That's a bold-faced lie. Yeah, how do you explain all these PMC soldiers? How are they not here to claim our district by force? Hundreds of tanks, hundreds of elite soldiers, untold tons of black powder. Black powder? Why are you using black powder in modern ammunition? Black powder has been phased out for fucking decades, dude. Do you truly believe we prepared all this for a school with only 5 students remaining? Surely you jest. This is but a defensive measure against those who would interrupt our treasure hunt. It isn't meant for you at all. As for dealing with you lot, well, something like this should be more than enough. It's me. Yes, proceed. What did you just call? Proceed? I read to inform you that your school's credit rating has just taken another hit. A phone call now. This is Kaiba Loans. From this point forward, Abydos' credit score will be set to the minimum rating. This has raised the variable interest rate by... This is not how loans work. When you get a loan, your interest rate is set. It doesn't fluctuate randomly. Your interest rate gets set at the time of the loan. It doesn't fluctuate. Your rating is affected by how often you pay your debt. You can't just make a phone call and be like, yeah, sure, I need him to lower that rating. They can't just do that. That is something that is guaranteed by multiple different creditors that all check each other. There's checks and balances involved there. You can't just raise someone's debt like this. That's illegal. And so the amount you will be responsible for starting next month is 91.3 million yen. Please be sure to make your next payment by the end of the month. What are you talking about? Now do you get it? Do you finally see whose hand is holding the leash around your necks? Do you find that too harsh? Ah, but there's more. We never received a deposit for the 900 million yen you originally borrowed. Please deposit 300 million by the end of the week. You'll have to prove that you can pay off the debt even at this interest rate, assuming that is even possible. There's no way we can get that kind of money. We're barely keeping up with the interest as it is. How? In that case, you'll just have to give up your academy and leave. Drop out and transfer. Isn't that the right thing to do? The debt was never yours to begin with. It's the school's debt to pay. It isn't your responsibility. There's no way we'd ever do something like that. You can't just abandon it. I mean, you're already choosing to not give up. You have 2 options, kids. One is to shoot this man in the face and just fucking clear out this PMC. You're obviously strong enough to do so, so who the fuck cares? Second, you could just leave. He's right. Like, honestly, the man is fucking right. He has fucking played you. You're all fucking idiots. You have all lost the game already. Your choice is to either commit the crime and fucking murder him and see if you can get away with it, or your second option is to leave. I don't see what else is happening here. Oshino? We can't fight them here. That's what they want. Why not? Why not? Why can't you fight them? You've shown that you can fucking murder them with no fucking effort. Your president wasn't as bright as you, was she? Dear customers. Yeah, no. Just fucking kill him. You're already effectively living in a slums anyway. You've already done effectively multiple crimes and gotten away with it. Just fucking murder the man. Ta-da. Look, Hoshino, I was finally able to get my hands on this old Abydos Oasis Festival poster. The oasis used to be as big as a lake. Here, you can have it as a souvenir. It's incredible, isn't it? If we had some kind of miracle, people might start coming back here. Just imagine it. Miracles don't exist. Something like that isn't going to happen. Ow. Who the hell would want to visit some spot in the middle of a desert? For once in your life, stop daydreaming. Sorry, Hoshino. It's because I'm a dummy. Miracles, luck, fortune. You're president of the Abydos Student Council. You need to take your position more seriously. Seriously, what the heck are we gonna do? Just what is the Kaiba Corp up to out there? Looked like they were digging something up, that so-called treasure. That can't be right. There's nothing but desert out there. No oil, no underground resources, nothing of value. That was confirmed ages ago. Then why take the land? No, that's not the issue here. What about our debt? They want it paid off by the end of the month. How are we supposed to do that? Kaiba Loans has already sent a reminder and requested a deposit. We have to come up with 300 million yen by next week. I'm going. I need to find out what they're doing out there. Roko, what are you... That PMC facility, I shouldn't have any trouble infiltrating it if I'm thorough. I'll get to the bottom of what they're using it for. It's only going to make things worse. We should be focusing on how to pay off the debt. The debt isn't going to be paid off by doing what we've been doing. Now's the time for drastic measures. That CEO won't die that easily? Nothing in the game has shown me that any fucking robot man won't just die instantly. Like, the girls seem way more powerful than any of these average people. Yeah. No, Shiroko, honestly, has been, like, the most sensible person so far. Amongst this group, at least. Now, again, it's either you kill them or you leave. Nothing has hinted to me that, like, any of those PMC soldiers actually, like, had any fucking presence. Like, none of them had any... Like, none of them posed a threat whatsoever. Just because he's the CEO doesn't mean he's strong. CEOs are usually weak-ass bitches. They know business. They don't necessarily have, like... They're not necessarily durable. You can shoot him in the head and he would die. Force was a perfectly reasonable choice there, as far as I'm aware. Again, unless, like, there's maybe something I don't know, but the game hasn't given me any reason to think otherwise. Enough of that. What's the point of getting emotional? If we lose the school, it's all over. I'm in. No way. You're the one making things worse, Erica. Are you planning to become a criminal now? Yes! Obviously! I swear the room's getting warmer. Yes. Come back. Refresh. Only Hoshino and Shiriko were left. Since I'm so beaten now. I can't EOS joke. It get delete somehow. Wait, get deleted? It's not showing up for me. Wait a second. Yeah, it's not showing up in the chat, so it's not being caught by any form of moderation. Weird. Yeah, YouTube, I guess, is just not letting you post. Admittedly, I've seen that before. It's, YouTube just, like, eats your message, and it just never shows up. Happens on comments sometimes, too. Usually what happens is I just refresh the browser, and that fixes it, usually. But yeah, I've seen it before. Oh, it could be spam detecting. But I don't, again, like, I'd have no moderation turned on, personally. Like, I have it all turned off. So you should be able to type basically anything at all, and it should just go through. But please don't abuse that, though, by the way. I will have to turn it on if shit comes through, but... Guess I shouldn't underestimate you after all, Sensei. This old-timer is starting to feel a little left out here. You know what? Oh, isn't this... When did you... Wait, this is Shuriko's doing, right? Can't go digging through our president's bag. Shuriko's sure to become a supervillain when she's your age if you keep advocating the cool crime of robbery. So that's how it's going to be. There's something you haven't told everybody. Mind going on a walk with me? Ugh. I keep forgetting I have my glasses on. I need to take those off. I'll just have to lean in a little bit to read. The sand's piling up here, too. There aren't enough of us to keep a building this big clean. If only the sandstorms would calm down. Pretty messed up, huh? Isn't it a bit too cruel that this old-timer's entire high school life was just sand? What makes you think that? They say this place used to be a massive, powerful school before the desert took over, but I wouldn't know anything about that. All I remember is a mess, a school in ruins, nothing in order. The school I first walked into all those years ago is now buried under sand, and all of the upperclassmen I looked up to are gone. This isn't even the school's main building, it's just an annex that we ran to after every other building was lost to desertification. I wouldn't have met Shuriko, Nanomi, Ayami, and Sarika had I not come here. Guess I'm somewhat attached. I've received offers from some weird people for 2 years now. The Kaiba Corp. I guess you could call it headhunting. They've contacted me multiple times since they came to Abydos. Recently, too. Yes, the alien man. Half of Abydos' debt will instantly... Only half? Only half? That's not even a good deal! Go ahead and sign here. How many times do I have to say it? No. My answer is still no. It was a tempting offer, no doubt, but back then I kept refusing, because I know if I left, Abydos would fall apart. But you know, they look like they're recruiting talent for their PMC. I don't either. I just call him Black Suit. Something about him gives me the creeps. I've never seen anyone who looks like that in Kavotos. He's suspicious, no doubt, but he hasn't caused any trouble yet. One thing's for sure, though, even Kaiba's executives seem to fear him. Oh. Well, it's not like I haven't had my doubts for a while now. Maybe this is just a trace of that hesitation. I'll throw it out. See? Now it's in the trash. Looks like it caused some unnecessary suspicion, but there's no use dwelling on something this unsettling. But they are my underclassmen, and I do owe it to them. I'll tell them the whole thing tomorrow. It's not exactly a happy story, but I know I shouldn't be keeping secrets from them. I have no idea how to go about this. Anything can happen, even miracles. Talked about this long enough. See you tomorrow. The villain need to be Black Suit. Yone coming in. Why the first one here? Huh? Who's this? Everybody's dead on the floor. Oh no. Hoshino's club resignation, an academy dropout notice, and a letter. She tore it up, but then she wrote a new one anyway. They better not, like, this better not be like a bait and switch where she didn't actually mean to leave that there and it was just a fucking copy that she had or something. Like, this better be real. I want real drama. With the letter, it felt more in full, which suits me perfectly. Recruiter has been coming to me for a while now. Become a Kaiba PMC mercenary for life in exchange for Abydos' debt being paid off. That's the long and short of the terms. Not too bad a deal, eh? They must value the skills of a wily old veteran like me. I'll take care of the debt somehow. Maybe not all of it. I should be able to lighten the burden. I know I talked a big game at the black market. I'm sorry I couldn't keep my word. This is it, right? Yes. We have your signature on the contract. All of your rights as a student have been transferred to us. With this, most of Abydos' debt is now considered settled. So, okay. There's another thing here. So far, the Kaiba Corp literally is just a monopoly. They own the bank, a PMC, most of this region. They have a full-on corporation that also supplies the military. They are effectively in control of the money, the region, everything. They own everything. This is a monopoly. This shouldn't be allowed to exist. Obviously, this doesn't stop corporations from doing this in the real world in a lot of places, but... just fuck, dude. Like, this might as well be... like, this might as well be, like, the ultra-capitalist, like, end-of-the-world scenario where you should just fucking murder all the CEOs. They shouldn't deserve to live. You might as well become a fucking vigilante who murders CEOs for a living, and you'd probably make the world a better place. I'll have to leave Abydos and Kuvotos altogether, but it doesn't matter. This is what I get for being a stubborn old mule. But this, all of this, is my responsibility to bear. As the final member of Abydos' last student council. This is where it ends. I've never liked adults. I didn't think they could be trusted. I wish I knew what adults were. Ever since I heard about Shiroko having to carry you on her back, I couldn't help but think, damn, they must be useless. Am I wrong? But in the end, you turned out to be, well, you know, besides some things are better left unsaid, aren't they? What do you mean? Just say it. I know it's selfish, but I have one last request. Shiroko's a good kid at heart, but without someone to keep her grounded, she'll run wherever the wind takes her. Make sure she doesn't lose her way. I don't know. She's been doing better than everybody so far. Please look after her. Get in the car. The Abydos Desert. They probably do human experiments too. Well, wait, are students even human? Is anyone even fucking human? Please look after our school. It's just a desert now, but this is the only place left that has any meaning to me. Also, if we ever end up facing each other as enemies, don't hesitate to destroy my halo. What does that have to do with anything? Please. What does... So what... So the halos are a physical thing that you can destroy, apparently. Now you're the one making excuses, saying there was no other choice. Yeah. Oh, so now they're going to attack the school? Oh, there are... I'm sorry, what? Are all the fucking citizens just dog people? I mean, yeah. Again, shoot him in the fucking head. There's no point. There was no point in even fucking talking to him. He obviously had alternative motives. This was fucking obvious. Why even fucking pay off the debt if they're just gonna take it by force? At this point, it is illegal, right? You have the right to fucking shoot him in the face. Just shoot their leader in the face, obviously. Take out the head and the body crumbles down. Oh, hey, actually, that's a good question. When does Ryoshu release? Is that tomorrow or is that later tonight? I guess we have different time zones actually, because it's 10 p.m. for me right now. But I am extremely excited for Ryoshu. I might spend money to roll Ryoshu if I don't get her with the currency I have saved up right now. Wait, it's right now? In 5 hours. Dude, you have no idea. If it's right now, I might take a break from this to roll for Ryoshu. Like, seriously. I'm so excited for that ID. Wait, are there different... I don't think there's different servers in... I don't know if there's different servers in Limbus. I'll download... I'll check Limbus after I finish this chapter here. I'm so excited I will put a pause to this to do that. A battle this big. How did it end up like this? Why is this happening again? Like, they crumple from nothing. Holy misinfo, Ken. This has just become a meme at this point, where Ken will just say something and... It's just misinfo now. I love it. There's a tank in the school! Oh no! Whatever are we going to do? It's a good thing tanks crumple like tissue paper! Yay! What do you mean you're going to become a troll online? You're already a troll online, Ken. This would be nothing new. Alright, so 15. How many was in one? 20? Alright. Most of the way through chapter 2 then, probably? Forgot where the quit button is. I guess I just gotta force quit it, like most gacha games. Alright. It is 10 o'clock, which is around when I was said I'd probably have to get off anyway. So we're probably gonna do some Limbus rolls and then I'll have to log off. I'll try and probably do a longer stream next time. As I said, I do want to get to chapter 3. If chapter 3 is where all the good lore is, that's probably where I'll aim for. But we'll have to see how fast I have. Talking to you guys, I did kind of start dropping the voices and started just reading it, so maybe I'll get through it faster. But I would like to get to chapter 3, at the very least. I want to see if the lore is in fact interesting enough to, like, make me, like, put aside all of my current criticisms. I want to at least get that far and see it. Next stream, I might also have to do a date different from Wednesday because next Wednesday I have to go into the office for my actual job. And that particular day I have to go up to a... I can't tell you the location, but I have to go up to a location that's like about 100, 200 miles away, 150 miles away from me. And I don't usually get back on those days until like usually 8 p.m. So I'd be starting super late. So I'm going to probably change it. I might do a Friday stream. I don't work next Friday, so I could actually do a very long stream over the course of the day to get through a much larger chunk. The holy internet speed? Yeah, dude, I run a... I get 2 gig up down. The glory of finally... I used to have Comcast. Xfinity sucks so much ass. I was paying $160 a month for not even a gig up and down. It was like 500 down and like maybe... It was like maybe 100 up at most. And it was variable. This fiber company is a local company. I'm paying $50 for 2 gig up and down, and it's stable as fuck. It's so good. Go for local ISPs are the way to go. They're so good. All right. Yes, Ryoshu. First, give me my daily. Got her on the 80th? Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I've got some free. Time to use some free. Oh, I got a gold. Gold on the first one. Ooh, if I get her on the first pull, I will be so happy. Yeah! That's what I'm talking about. Streamer luck. It's real. It's so real. I like how it goes off the fucking screen. Fuck yeah, dude. Didn't even have to try. We're going to just gloat about it for a moment here. Holy shit, 300 new messages. Nice. Well, it's a good thing that didn't show up on my screen. That was just straight up porn on that particular server. All right. Well, that was fast. That was easy. Time to level her. Now, you know what? Do I have any remaining quick levelers? I do. Hell yes. I will gladly do that. Since you focused on BA stories, will you consider changing the language to Korean so that the episode is voice acted? Maybe. I do actually want to listen to that. Maybe I will log in really quick after this. But I'll be severed. I'll try it out. I'm going to try it out, see how I like it. It also depends on how long it will take to get through it that way. Because the voice acting does add quite a bit of time to reading. I can read significantly faster than they could possibly voice act it. So again, if Chapter 3 is where things really get good, then maybe I will just read it myself, like without voice acting for a little bit, and then go into Korean voice acting on Chapter 3. But let me give it a shot, see how it sounds, and I'll make that decision. Again, and also if I do stream for a long day on Friday, maybe I'll be able to just do it that way regardless. Let all be severed and burned away until not a single strand of the frayed threads remain. The house of spiders, all of you nurse fathers, every last trace will be scraped out. I see a thread. A thread I failed to sever, a strand I must cut off. It gleams with terrible clarity. And along that vision, crashing upon me, are waves of sights I wish I'd never have to recall, leaving behind only the futile wish of never returning, like a hollow seashell washing ashore. The entangled clue of time devours my consciousness. There's no calendar in here, but I know how many days have passed. No clock either, yet I can tell whether it's day or night. Some things, though, elude all attempts at understanding. Why do I have to be locked in the vault? Why do my moms and dads always try to keep me in here? Am I being grounded, or am I useless to them now? Questions that remain unanswered, all. With those doubts lodged deep in my mind, I again endure the day, not knowing when it ends, even as I was certain of its eventuality. I won't make a sound anymore, even when I'm scared. I'll memorize everything you like, too. I'll learn how to use a sword. I'll learn it real fast. I won't run away, even if it hurts. So please let me out. Dad, Mom. Just as I was growing numb to every shade of darkness drowning me, the door, which would not budge no matter how many times I banged on and clawed at it, opened with such ease that what I'd had to endure seemed absurdly pointless. Dad, I promise from now on I had no expectations. Didn't hope to find any kind words or concerned eyes. Those, after all, belong to a world as distant as one end of a quarter from the other. Also, will you stream reading chapter 17 of Arknights? Okay. As someone who fucking loves Arknights, this is gonna sound fucking stupid. I have not read chapter 16 yet. Mostly it's just due to lack of time. I've just had so many other things going on that I have just not gotten around to chapter 16 yet. I am considering reading chapter 16 on stream, and I actually asked that on a stream a couple weeks ago, but no one was watching at the time, which is fine. I know I'm not exactly a big streamer or anything. But yeah, no, I would love to read chapter 16, but I'd have to plan that out similar to how I'm planning out this Gacha Trials concept. I'm doing 1 day a week for Gacha Trials. If I'm going to do Arknights, I should probably plan Arknight streams to read through chapter 16 and then 17 when that comes out. I was reading the Silver Ash event, and unfortunately that was coincided with my girlfriend moving, and I was helping her move, which took like 2 weeks. So I never got back to it. I ended up having to read that one on the website. I just went ahead and read that on the website at one point. I didn't actually read that on stream, but no, I would like to read at least the main story chapters on stream in the future, so that's probably what I'll do. I'll plan for it. We'll figure out a day that it will work. Do it right now? No, sorry, I can't do it right now. Not enough time, but if you're interested, I will do it. Didn't hope to find any kind words or surprise. Those, after all, belong to a world as distant as the one end of a quarter from the other. But I wanted answers. That's all. Why did they seal the vault? Had I done something wrong? Is there something I could do to be better? Questions like that. However, even that seemed to be too much to ask. You have yet to enter an entanglement. Let us check again in 2 days. As the nurse fathers returned to their corridors each, leaving behind nothing but an uninterested comment or two, dry as dust. The cycle of beatings that continues without any purpose. The ever-changing whim that seeks to force me into the frame of arbitrary tastes. The reveling applause accompanied by observant contemplation. The excruciating agony that comes from being treated as mere material. These 4 threads twine to make a rope that tightens around my neck, and each pulling without end from their own direction. Each egregiously making their presence known. That is why they will never be able to go on living without me. They are dregs that have been abandoned. There is no other thread that they can cling to. And so I will cut off the only strand they have left. And if I am to sever myself away, I must do it by means of severing other things. I swing my blade with reckless abandon, cutting down everything that enters my sight. Here is a father so vacuous that he cannot hope to capture hellscape without seeing it with his own eyes. The fool that craves for parched inspiration and stone-dead creativity without ever realizing that the tip of his brush has long dried. Whenever I open my eyes, I am almost stepping over the threshold of death, standing on the far shore of the hereafter. With each carve that sheds the spalls from me, with each brushstroke that paints the drawing paper over with the horrid scenery of hell, my throat tears itself hoarse, and the beating of my heart grows so rapid it feels ready to split my chest open. A dramatization meant to stage the cruelest magnificence. The pain is unbearable. It convinces me that I will die from it, but the nurse fathers know the limits of my body all too well. The material that I am is trimmed and shaped until I am gasping for my last breath, screaming at the top of my lungs in impossible pain, just not close enough to black out. And so, whenever I feel the black and blue bruises on my body smarting and throbbing, I trace back my mutilated memories. When is this pain from? The present? The past? Or perhaps some day in the future that has not yet arrived? If it comes from the present, then it should have already ended, because now is just too brief. The moment the word touches the tongue, it has already passed and become the past. This pain, this wound, this scar, however, they never pass. They would stay where they could be seen, and the next moment they would take root where they could not. Pain always intends to be a thing of the immediate past or the immediate future, and even in pain I am denied the experience of living in the now. Like a butterfly that mourns its flower, even as its body is torn apart. Like a butterfly that refuses to fly away, no matter how many times it is stomped upon. To say that the butterfly stayed would be wrong, or that it forgot how to fly, for that matter. It is simply that it has never learned how to fly in the first place. From the moment it emerged from its chrysalis, its wings have been caught in the spiderweb. Fluttering is not flying. Wings that have only fluttered are wings in name only. This butterfly is but myself, but cannot be myself, but doesn't know how to fly either. It cannot pass like the present, it simply stays here in this place. The nurse fathers know this better than anyone. That is probably why fists are raised at me without even a moment's hesitation. I am beaten to satisfaction. Whatever is within reach is thrown at me in a fit of rage. The profanities pouring out become needles stuck embedded in my heart, but the nurse fathers know I can never run away. Yet even as I find myself at the receiving end of the fist, day after day, hoping that the nurse father's anger would subside, I still find myself unsure of where that fuming wrath stems from, or why I must withstand all the thrashing. Each bout of blind rage that leaves me scarred also leaves a lesson. The lesson that living in the hereafter is no different from trying to live through the dark of the night, with nothing to rely on but a single lamp. I could step onto any strand of time, but in none of those strands did I manage to leave this corridor, so I tried to find a reason to live. The smallest attachment that would somehow make it bearable, the fetter that would keep me bound to life, the lamp that would help me last through the night. Sometimes, I would go looking for it in those who came to the house as tutors. At other times, in the most insignificant things strewn about the floor. But whatever I managed to find would be pushed away from me, or smashed, broken even. Always just because it's not what one of them wants. The things that pity me and the things I pity are all ruined and destroyed alike at a single whim of the nurse fathers. Shaved down. No. Hacked apart. No. Sliced off and severed. Sliced off and severed in savage rapture, and yet, even then, remains unsevered. That anxious, unpleasant aftertaste of looking upon loose ends that are not tied. Then there's that immature, cowardly mind, unable to bear even the slightest discomfort, and would not relent without immediately destroying each and every annoyance. By the mere act of such an existence, the threads around me snarl and knot. And those moments, I would remain in the empty room where the nurse fathers had left, failing to hold back the tears that streamed down my face. Perhaps the me of tomorrow had snatched all of the reserves of sorrow meant for me and spent them empty. Because today, no tears come out, as though the wellspring had run dry. I hear it. The sound of rusted shackles dragging heavily. It doesn't come from beneath my ankles, but instead rustles up from the deepest reaches of my memory. Everything that surrounds me, layered around me, is full of lies. Things painted over with anguish, steeped in more anguish, twist and coil through my life, entangled with such complexity that they can no longer be untangled. They're packed so tightly that I can feel myself choking. I want to get out. I need to get out. The desperation alone does not open the door. Darkness without a single crack, a silence swollen out of all proportion. That is what this vault is, and I have grown too big to fit inside its tiny space. I could step outside, but there will be no place for me in that narrow room. And yet, because I live in that narrow room, in the house of spiders, I have ended up in this tiny, lightless vault. My little world, my cramped room, the birdcage I can never escape from. Perhaps a place that makes me homesick, a place that does not welcome me. Why am I even trying to leave? The door won't open, will it? And even if I go outside, who would be there to welcome me? As though to bury the fear that follows that question, after images painted over with anguish, steeped in more anguish, twist and coil through my life, entangled with such complexity that they can no longer be untangled, and all of them crash over me. They're packed so tightly that I can feel myself choking, layer upon layers of afterimages, lives, selves, all surrounding me. I am born from myself. I grow helplessly. I grow relentlessly. You have entered a temporal entanglement, Yoshihide. Only then does a thin strand of light make its way into the darkness. They are needles that prick my eyes, the beginning and the end I am to meet, the threads that are nothing but pain. Some things cannot be lost merely by forgetting. There are things that can only be forgotten by losing them. I must sever away every thread wrapped around me. I must cut the nurse fathers down, so that not a single strand may surface again, nor look up at the sky, so that no one and nothing at all may call my name. My head feels light. I no longer sense the omnipresence of the horrible memories that had taken up residence on the countless strands of time. As though swinging the blade, Shiki has severed the binding thread that had been weighing me down. I inhale deeply, then exhale. I close my fingers into a fist, then open them again. Even that small gesture feels almost refreshing. Yoshihide, Yoshihide, Yoshihide. The nurse fathers cry out, calling my name. What makes them, the heartless men and women who merely watched in silence even as I writhed in pain, scream with such despondence? I have been called by that name countless times, yet it carries a disquieting echo today. So, I wait for the pain to end. To end? No, not to end. There's an undeniable dissonance in my saying it. Even if it ends, what good would that do? What would I do in the aftermath anyway? A pain that has ended is an unfurnished room. There's nothing after the end. Just like in the picture books a nurse father used to read me, it's a little too late to face the ending now and hope that something would change. I floundered in suffering because I was unable to recognize that truth. I would scratch away at the walls, suppress the welling tears, and sometimes sit in expressionless silence as my mind raced in aimless terror. The nurse father read me a story once. The story was about a man who weaves a pair of wings for himself, soars up high, and faces the brilliant light in the sky. But the story does not end there, and ended when the man plunged into the lapping waves, screaming as fire consumed his wings. The nurse father's tale continued stubbornly until it reached its disturbing end. Yeah, I know that story. Only I can remember the name of it. Ooh. Flew too close to the sun with the wax wings. Shit. Oh well. Don't remember the name, but I know the story. I would ask for another tale, hoping to wash away the unsettling aftertaste of the one before, but it all ended the same way. In tragedy. My choice of books was limited to what the nurse father had given me. My will trapped in this narrow world the nurse fathers made, every choice a meaningless formality. Whichever path I walk, I remain in the house of spiders. No matter where I go, I remain at the very heart of the spider web. Though sleep was my only refuge from the despair that weighed me down like waterlogged clothes, even there, the terrible moments would come to me uninvited, shackling me to the waking world. But no, perhaps it isn't that my sleep is stayed. I slept yesterday, so I am awake today. Yes, that's all this is. What comes after today is yesterday, not tomorrow. The sleep will soon claim me, with or without my permission. I open my eyes, welcomed by unyielding inevitability and the blue dimming lights. Every story that is told is designed to end. Because as twisted and tangled we may have become, we've all gazed at the same single world, so that no entangled thread of time goes lonely, so that I won't be lonely. I must read the tale to its end and steep myself in the tragedy I already know all too well. You people wouldn't know this, but every single one of myself has held on to one another, refusing to ever let go, no matter which strand of thread I peered into. That's how I know the end and the beginning of this house of spiders that has encased me for so long. A tiny world that was mine only because I was born, because I exist, because someone remembered me. They were here, the nurse fathers, in each scene that I was a part of, in every single one that took place in the house of spiders. Not even a day, or an hour of my time has gone by without them being a part of it. And the spiders built a house in the corners of my memories, the nurse fathers tainting every hour of my life they inhabit. And of course, even that memory I abominated, and there was nothing to stay my sword hand. You nurtured my world into a world of you, a world of pain and sorrow where it leaves seek not the sunshine but death. Let's put an end to this tragedy. It has long overstayed its welcome. Let's cut and sever, because I relish in the silence that always follows every time you are ripped away. The nurse father's voices grow faint even in the moments that ambush me. Everything falls away, severed, burned into empty whiteness, laminated from the world, leaving only scattered instants undulating between the shattered memories. The screaming, the struggling, all of it then reduced to inconsequential instants that lie beyond the edge of perception. String severance. Severing the memories, severing the nurse fathers, severing myself. Everything that comprises a man is cut away, slice by slice. Even the things that would have filled the void become hollow themselves. Without anything to want. Without anything to look back on. Here comes ineffable grandeur. Here comes ineffable delight. Here comes ineffable emptiness. Here comes ineffable suffering. Here the ineffable comes. Here they come from the end of the road. And so, the project has finally come to an end. Well, it seems to me that it has been completed exactly as the esteemed Capo de Capi has envisioned. Gorgeous. I would have loved to have exhibited it at my main gallery, had it been something that could even be transported. The Tiantia Star. The star that sees not a field of variegated existences and moments in the continuum of time, but instead a universe, encompassing landscape, shining the light that enables temporal entanglement. It is as though that selfsame star has risen before me. Its gleaming is as sorrowful as that of a pearl. Speaking of which, I believe it is about time we discussed rewards for those who managed to complete it. I mean, someone must have played a central role in seeing Project House of Spiders to its completion, yes? Too bad, though. Whoever it was seems to have been consumed by their own creation. Oh, a great sister. Probably some useless trash. This thing's a landfill, after all, ain't it? Whoever got sucked into it was probably some nasty piece of shit that deserved to get discarded. The prescript dictates that the Index will take over the management of this phenomenon, effective after 3 days' time. Oh, you Index stickheads. Under no circumstances should any of the fingers express the intent to take sole ownership of our shared property. Does the will of the prescript care so little for the lives of its messengers that it would send them to die? Its objectives are as enigmatic as always. What's to say that the Index won't receive a prescript before 3 days pass, instructing them to share the right of possession equally amongst the fingers? Let us wait and see how things develop before leaping to action. As for the messenger, let's chuck him into the landfill. It's where garbage is supposed to be buried, right? Then the star will glimmer for yet another fleeting moment. Damn. Alright. Oh, shit. Accidentally rolled over the cord from my headset. I'll level her up and actually do something with her later, but I just wanted to read that. That was fun. Good story. I love that. Let's check out the Korean dub really quick. We'll see how good it actually is. Whoa. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna learn how to work with Ryoshu. Thing kind of complicated. I mean, it actually doesn't seem that complicated to me. When I was reading through her skill set, she has one passive that basically just says, you know, throw a whole bunch of spider IDs into the same team comp. And it looks like you can kind of decide which ones you want to die, so like you can plan them out in order based on the buffs you want. But the second thing is she's like the first ID in the game that is a real 3 status ID. She's got Poise, Burn, and Bleed. That means even if you don't pick up any of the spider IDs, you could work her into any of those 3 team comps and she would work great. And if you run her in a mirror dungeon, you just pick up all the buffs, all the ego gifts for those 3 status types, and she'll just fucking do work. She will have the highest rolling coins in the entire game just from picking up ego gifts for all 3 of those. That by itself is worth it. The spider bonuses are really like just a cherry on top at this point. You can min-max her for that, and there's definitely team comps where you can like purposely kill off spiders that you don't want in the comp, and then keep a backup team that will just cover up or like you know, come in to support Ryoshu once you've done those kills. But it doesn't even seem necessary. It seems like she'll work just fine without that. Yeah, I mean, exactly. Mirror dungeon win rate in the House of Light, that seems like it should work just fine. But I'm probably going to try a couple of different team comps with her. I have like 3 bleed comps right now because we have an Envy comp. I have the Envy has like middle, and the middle's actually kind of fun to use now. With the with both. Oh, why am I blanking on it? Not the thumb, not the middle, not the index. Man, I'm blanking on the art school now. The one finger I don't remember the name of now. But the art school group, they've got whatever the orange is, not sloth. Lust. The Lust bleed comp currently has bleed, sinking, burn, all the vampires, which is their own deal, and Tremor. Like, they've got a pretty large mix of stuff, and I gotta go through with that one and figure out how I can min-max them so that I can actually have, like, I like the Tremor. I like Bleed and Tremor. I know it's not considered super strong, but I really like that comp. I'm more than likely, if I'm going to put the new Ryoshu into anything, it'll probably be Burn, strangely enough. She'll probably be going into the Burn comp, first and foremost. And then I'll just make a separate spider comp and see how well I like that particular playstyle. But I don't know. I gotta experiment. He looks fun as fuck, so I'm looking forward to it. Language. Change voice. Korean. The game must restart. Okay. Poison spider? Yeah, I guess if you're going to do a spider comp, but you're losing out on a lot of good poise units if you're running the spiders. Because, like, the best poise units right now... I mean, I guess you do have, like... There's 3 good poise spiders, and then her. That's 4 poise. You want a 5th poise for the ego gifts to activate properly. Who would the 5th poise be? Because you can't run Hong Lu if you're running all spiders. Heathcliff? I guess you could run Heathcliff. But Heathcliff works best if you have Hong Lu with him. Oh, okay. Run poise without spider. Oh, put her in poise and then also have a separate spider comp is what you meant. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, the Gun Brothers. Yeah, they're they're so good. They're easily, I think, still like best poise units after the spider poise units, and even the Pinky Sinclair still isn't like super amazing. He's okay, but it's not as good as the other two poise spiders, the index spiders. Let's see.
블루 아카이브 선도부장 희나다. 내 이름은 알고 있겠지만 잘 부탁해.
She sounds significantly less evil than I thought she would. Alright, I'm gonna do one chapter of the story with the Korean turned on just to see how it is. What? No, go take me back here. Oh.
그만둬 이 녀석들! 카이저 이사, 위치 확인되었습니다.
이런 우리가 학교로 찾아가려고 했는데 여기까지 마중을 나와준 건가?
I can't change volume in here, I forgot.
이게 무슨 짓이죠? 기업이 도시를 공격하다니. 아무리 당신들이 소유자라고 해도 이럴 권리는 없을 텐데요.
Bro, Heath Clash consistency needs to be studied. He never lose. I've seen him lose, but yeah, his skill 2 and his skill 3 are just fucking busted in terms of how good they are at clashing. Skill 1, skill 1 I tend to dodge over using skill 1 a lot of the time, unless if I am purposely trying to empty my ammo so that I can get my Hong Lu extra coin buff. But otherwise, yeah, I'm usually just trying to dodge on his skill 1.
게다가 학교는 아직 저희 아비도스일 것입니다. 이것은 명백한 불법 행위. 총학생회에 불법 행위를 규탄할 거예요. 호시노 선배는 어디에 있지? 스카웃 같은 건 처음부터 거짓말이었던 거군. 호시노 선배를 돌려줘 이 나쁜 놈들아!
총학생의 규탄, 재밌는 소리를 하는군. 너희들의 처지를 몇 번이나 총학생회에 탄원하지 않았던가? 그래서 그들이 움직인 적이 있었던가? 없을 거다. 총학생회는 지금 움직이지 못하니까.
The Korean voice acting is actually pretty good.
봐준 적이 있었나? 다른 학원들은 아니었을 거다.
Although I was expecting a more robotic voice from this guy.
언제나 혼자였다. 아비도스의 마지막 학생이 타카나시 호시노가 자퇴했기에 아비도스 학생회는 이제 사라졌다. 너희는 이제 아무것도 아니다. 이제 공식적인 동아리도 공식적인 학생회도 자치구도 없는 아비도스는 학원 도시의 학교로서 자립이 불가능하다고 판단. 이 자치구의 주인인 우리 카이저 코퍼레이션이 학교를 인수해주겠다. 그래, 새롭게 세워질 학교의 이름은 카이저 사립직업훈련학원이 좋겠군.
여기? 무슨 헛소리야! 학생회는 없더라도 아비도스엔 대책위원회가 있잖아. 우리가 있다고. 그런 아야네 짱? 대책위원회는 공식적으로 허가를 받은 동아리가
How was it not an authorized club? What the fuck? That's so stupid.
만들어질 때 이미 학생회가 없었으니까.
You need the student count? Then just make yourself the student council. What?
그래. 비공인된 동아리 따위 정식 서류에 승인도 나 있지 않지. 너희는 유령에 불과하다.
This is so fucking
하지만
stupid.
괜찮다. 이제 그 지긋지긋한 빚갚기에서 해방될 테니까 말이야.
무슨 짓이야? 약속이 다르잖아. 어째서 아비도스를 공격하는 거야? 어째서?
Admittedly, like, so far all of, like, the female voices kind of sound the same.
아니요, 약속은 지켰습니다, 호시노 씨. 그 빚은 탕감해 드렸습니다. 확실하게 약속한 만큼. 하지만 당신이 자퇴해 버려서 애석하게도 아비도스 학교에는 더 이상 공식적인 학생회가 남아있지 않은 것 같군요. 우리가 왜 이런 시시한 기업의 부동산 사기 행각을 지원했다고 생각합니까? 키보토스의 자치구의 땅을 뺏어봤자 블랙마켓 같은 무법지구가 하나 더 늘어나는 것에 불과합니다. 그런 곳이야 이 키보토스엔 시시할 정도로 많죠. 하지만 이 아비도스에 기업이 주인인 새로운 학원이 탄생하게 된다면, 그렇게 되면 과연 이 키보토스에 어떤 변화가 생기게 될까? 아, 그러나 이것은 단순한 여흥거리에 불과합니다, 호시노 씨. 저희의 목표는 처음부터 당신이었습니다. 당신에게 계약서를 쓰게 하는 것, 모든 권리를 이양받는 것. 그 이해관계가 일치했기에 카이저와 협력했던 것뿐입니다.
Oh, he's not actually affiliated with Kaiser. Okay.
PMC와 종신계약? 그런 얘기를 한 적은 없습니다. 오해를 하셨다면 죄송하군요. 당신 같은 키보토스 최고급의 신비를 손에 넣어서 그런 식으로 소모할 생각은 없습니다. 호시노는 연구하고 분석해서 파악한다. 즉, 실험용으로 쓴다.
What is a mystic? That still hasn't been explained.
흥미로운 실험입니다. 그러니 너무 애석하게 생각하지 마시길.
Like, why am I supposed to care?
그렇구나. 지금까지 나는 또 어른에게 속아버린 거구나.
Yeah, because you're fucking dumb.
미안해, 모두들. 내가 다 망쳐버렸어. 시로코짱, 노노미짱, 세리카짱, 하야네짱, 유메 선배. 미안해. 나는 선생님. 지금까지 우리들이 한 노력들은
설마 진심이었던 거냐? 몇백 년 동안 빚을 갚을 셈이었다고. 적당히 하다가 포기할 때 자신은 최선을 다했다고 변명하기 위한 핑계거리인 줄 알았는데, 대체 너희들은 왜 버티고 있었던 거지? 대체 왜?
이놈들 뚫린 입이라고 감히.
Don't keep talking to him then. Shoot him in the fucking head.
그치만 싸운다고 해서
It would be considered an act of self-defense at this point. It's not even illegal anymore.
지금도 엄청난 숫자의 병력이 이쪽으로 진격하고 있어요. 설령 싸워서 이긴다고 해도 그 다음은 어떻게 해야 하죠?
I mean, if you kill the CEO, then, you know,
싸우는 의미가 없어져 버려요.
that's a pretty massive gap in leadership all of a sudden. You just gotta impact their pocketbooks enough by killing off enough people.
하얀해.
Destroy their assets.
거래단 땅도 돌아오지 않아요. 호시노 선배도 없고.
The land is right fucking there.
우리 같은 비공인 동아리가 대체 무엇을? 어째서 우리들만 이렇게 호시노 선배. 하얀의 짱.
Mystic is what makes student have superpowers, unlike NPCs and Sensei, implying that every student is a mystic, and Hoshino is a very strong mystic. See, if they called students mystics explicitly, that would actually be kind of interesting. That would instantly make me a bit like less confused, because at that point, like, we know that they are like a completely different entity than just the humans that they kind of feel like they are.
뭐 하는 거야, 이 바보 녀석들.
Oh, she's back. Okay.
눈에는 눈, 이에는 이. 인정사정 보지 않고 고고하게 이내마경의 길을 건넨다. 그게 수영복 복면단의 모토 아니었나? 당신은 목표가 보이지 않고 방법도 찾을 수 없고 하는 일도 모조리 실패. 인정받지도 못하고 앞으로 기다리고 있는 건 역경과 고난밖에 없다. 그딴 게 무슨 상관이야? 그런 하찮은 것 따위에 얽매여서 동료가 위기에 처했는데 바보처럼 보고만 있겠다는 거냐? 정말 한심하기 짝이었군. 야, 다르짱, 좀 봐주라고. 안경짱은 히스테리 심한 타입이니까 그럴 수도 있는 거야. 네? 그치만 귀여운 안경짱을 울려버린 죄는 꽤 크다고? 그러니까 전 죽여버려야겠어! 저는 준비되었어요, 아르님. 아직 폭탄은 잔뜩 있으니.
It is quite funny that, like, I literally can't tell any of their voices apart. Except for her. Actually, she kind of has a slightly deeper voice going on.
적의 증오는 차단해두었다. 그 사이 적의 지휘관을 무력화시켜 지휘 체계를 와해시킨다. 그러면 이 병력은 지휘 체계를 상실하게 될 거다. 원래는 선도부에게 쓸 전술이었지만. 좋아. 지금부터 진정한 무법자의 싸움을 보여주지. 시작해, 하루카. 자, 협업이다, 선생. 저 바보 녀석들에게 하드보일드가 뭔지 가르쳐주자고.
Oh, they don't got a support.
전부 없애버리자.
I like how none of them have any, like, armor. They just use explosives. They don't use any form of armor penetration.
용서 못해. 원하신다면 누구라도 제거해드릴 테니까.
Nice. That was actually pretty good. The Korean voice acting, if that's generally the quality, it's not the best. It's not like peak voice acting by any means. Honestly, a lot of the voice actors just kind of sound like the same voice. And maybe that's just because I'm not familiar with Korean voices as much, so they just all sound the same to me, but it is at least better than me reading it, I think. I could read it a lot faster without the voicing, but this way I wouldn't be distracting myself for sure. Yeah, the issue's less like their tonation. Like, emotion-wise, I'm sure it hasn't quite gotten to something crazy yet, but it's more just like literally the sound of their voice. If I was looking away from the screen, I wouldn't be able to tell the characters apart. They would all sound the same to me. The male characters sounded unique. The two male characters that had voice lines. But basically every single student sounded almost the same. There was only a couple that had like unique voices in my ear. And again, that might just be my lack of experience with a lot of Korean voice acting. But that's what we're going to do next Friday. We will pick back up. I will do the Korean voice acting for the rest of this. That was good enough for me to at least do. And I think that's where we'll pick up. I didn't quite finish chapter 1 like I wanted to, but we made a lot of progress. So I'll go for it. We have 1-digit male voice actors for this game. I should not be surprised. So I'll probably hear a couple repeating ones, I assume, or maybe there's just literally that few male characters in the game. Oh well. I kind of expected as such going into this. I forgot. What do I got again? So the selective tickets are the ones you gotta buy, I assume. Guaranteed. Recruitment pickup. 3-star Kisaki. She rides a chair. She is a Fate Grand Order rider. I see. So she doesn't use a gun. Imperial Edict. Oh, she does healing. Neat. Wow. What was that animation? She just was fighting the dummy and she was like, heh, 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 heh. Grab thing, slap. Like, There's no actual fucking... The stupidest animation I've ever fucking seen. Oh, that's funny. Track versions of characters. Despite that silly animation, she does actually look the coolest out of everybody. Poison damage. Damage over time. I don't know enough to be able to actually make a guess. I'm just gonna roll. Fuck it. Get me this stupid Twitter bullshit out of here. I don't use Twitter for a reason. Blue Sky's where it's at.
작다고 야쁘지 마.
Oh, look at that. See, I'm just a gacha god. I just roll everything I want on my first try. It's easy.
게헨나 급양부의 줄이 설명과 해설이 필요하다.
날 부른 게 선생인가?
작다고 야쁘지
Although there's like a reason to get like a ton of dupes, isn't there? How many dupes do you technically need to get before something's like maxed out?
언제든 평안하신지요? 책에 담긴 이야기처럼 최고의 봉사를 약속하며 주인님께 인사 올립니다.
Dupe aren't worth that? They're not that important? Oh, okay. That's actually good. I like that. I guess you can... I did read... Or I think Ken was telling me that you can technically farm dupes. So you don't actually need to roll them, so that's good. Good system there. Since you can upgrade character using Ligma. Ah, oh, Ligma! Ligma. Well, let's try to go for this other Chinese dress character.
다치신 분은 어디에 계신?
Here's I did not get her.
다치신 분은 어디에 계신가? 다치신 분은 어디에 계신가? 평안하신지요? 소녀를 아름답게 하는 것은
You're still cool. You're easily still like one of the cooler characters.
다치신 분은 어디에 계신가요? 붉은 겨울 연방학원. 짜잔! 드디어 등장! 이제 재밌게 놀자, 선생님. 밀레니엄 사이언스 스쿨 작다고 야쁘지 마. 제가 와도 괜찮은 걸까요?
Alright.
생각되면
One more attempt.
언제든지 말씀해 주세요.
I thought you were saying UI, and I was like, what? The UI is quite good? I beg to differ.
여름의 청춘 활동은
Yui, got it.
역시 바다지. 모두 즐길 준비됐어?
Renge swimsuit. Those are jean shorts? That is not a swimsuit.
평안하신지요? 자경단 임무의 연장인가요?
Now, is it not normal to pull this many 3 stars?
선생님.
Oh, you're kind of cool.
일하기 전에
I like you.
반가워요. 이야기처럼 책에 담긴 이야기처럼
Get out of here.
책에 담긴 이야기처럼 대기의 천사가 당신을 찾아왔어요.
Neat. There were some interesting characters in that lineup. Unlock domestic arts that we don't know anything about. Neat. You're still actually one of the cooler ones, too. Yui. That's right, Yui. Which one was Yui? Oh, this girl. Read her EX skill. Decreases another ally's EX skill cost by maximum of 50% for up to 2 uses of the EX skill, rounding down. Also increases attack. Cost of 5. Wait, that was at level 1. Does the 50% go up as it levels up? No, it just increases the attack. So 50% less EX cost for a cost of 5. How does that compare? Okay. You still would have to pop that and then pop another thing. Like, there's cheaper things, so you don't want to, like, use it on something that's cheaper than the cost of the skill itself. So far, all the things I'm looking at are cheaper than that, so why would you even use it? Like, you'd want to use it on something expensive, wouldn't you? I don't see why you would want to use it when you just could pop another skill that's cheaper. It does last for 2 uses, this is true. But, like, it's just simple math. If it costs 5 to cast, you don't want to have that affect a 3-cost skill, because that would reduce it to 1, but you're still paying 7 total, when you could have just cast that 1 skill for 6. Like, that doesn't make sense. So you want it to at least cost 4. But even if it costs 4, you're still paying... I mean, you're even paying 8, or you're paying 5 plus 4 is 9. Like, it just doesn't seem... Yeah, like, you'd have to use it on someone with an expensive skill like Hina, who costs 7. Like, that's the only way it makes sense. It would have to cost basically 5 or more in order for it to be worthwhile. And was it just up to 5? Is it a random chance? Decreases another ally by a maximum of 50%. And is it rounding down on the percentage or rounding down on the target? So, like, if it costs 5, is it rounding down to 3 or 2? I don't really understand the wording. That's pretty massive. That's kind of really important to understand. So I guess you'd have to test that. Oh yeah, card recycling. That does make sense. You press this and then you get it out of the deck so that you get something that you actually want if it doesn't show up. Although it feels like you're wasting the card at that point. You recycle 1 skill card. Yeah. Well, cool. Got some neat stuff. We made progress. And I now know...
굉장하시네요. 이걸 벌써
Gotta press the button twice, of course I do.
굉장해.
I now know how to proceed with the Korean voice acting, which was not bad. So, we'll continue with that. How much was it again? 1,200. Wow, I almost have another roll. Neat. Alright, well, I gotta call it. It is now past 11. I have work in the morning. Yeah, overall, went pretty well. I got Ryoshu. That's what I really care about. Very happy with that. Oh! And, we'll reconvene. I'll set up the stream. I gotta talk to my girlfriend, make sure that next Friday is open. I don't think we made any plans, but as long as it's open, I will plan to stream next Friday. We'll do an extra long stream on Friday to get through as much as possible. Hopefully get to chapter 3 and actually be able to read some of it. Probably on the following week, if the story is going to be as long as it feels like it probably will be. But we'll see. So yeah. Thank you everybody for joining in. Thank you, Ken, for the excellent feedback while I was recording the first part of the stream. Thank you, Patam, for coming in to talk about Blue Archive. And thank you, Newen, for trolling about end of service. We all know what you really want to do. Anyway, thank you all. Have a good day. And I'll see you later.